and Stadium Authority Board to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and the will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. City Clerk.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe. Here. Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
You're looking at me, I'm looking at you.
The AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those joining us this evening in the capacity of a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, which we don't have any this evening, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations. Again, we don't have that this evening, but if we did, that would be it. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So before we move on to the council meeting, I just want to say for the public's knowledge that you'll see that we are missing a council member. We had Councilmember Anthony Becker, our vice mayor, resign his city council and Stadium Authority post last Friday. So that seat will be remain vacant until we swear in a new District 6 council member next Tuesday. All right. Next, we have our study session, which is our one and only item on the agenda this evening, a study session on planned FIFA World Cup 2026 matches at Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara. We're going to start with our staff presentation, questions from the council, then we'll hear from the Bay Area Host Committee, and then questions, and then go to the public. And this is a study session. There'll be no action taken this evening. City Manager.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, public both here and at home. Javon Grogan, City Manager, and also in this capacity, Executive Director for the Stadium Authority. And so I'm supported in this presentation by Glenn Googans, our City Attorney, as well as Chuck Baker, our Assistant City Attorney. Also, as a part of today's conversation, we do have Zaleen Jan Mohammed from the Bay Area Host Committee and Jihad Beachman to represent 49er entities. So with that, it's important to say that we are here. We are here for a joint study session of the City Council and the Stadium Authority on the FIFA Men's World Cup matches that are set to occur at our very own Levi's Stadium in 2026. In addition to providing you with an update on our preparations for those matches, the staff report and the presentation that you will receive today presents staff's negotiated terms for an assignment and assumption agreement with the Bay Area Host Committee and various other entities. This means that the Bay Area Host Committee will assume the responsibilities of the Stadium Authority related to the agreement that our operator signed, thereby insulating the authority and the city from the financial liabilities of hosting the event. Under the presented negotiated terms, the Bay Area Host Committee will assume the costs, and the 49ers entities, Team Co., which we'll talk about, has agreed to be a financial backstop in the event that the Bay Area Host Committee, a nonprofit, cannot meet its full obligations. As such, staff is confident that the presented terms will sufficiently insulate the city and the Stadium Authority from the costs and services associated with hosting the games. So our agenda tonight, we have a few topics that we would like to cover with you. First, we'll have a background and overview section presented by myself, and then we will have a number of updates really in 4 major categories. First, we will talk about the FIFA Men's World Cup documents and agreements and our process to acquire the necessary documents that brought us to where we are today. We then will, and that will be presented by Board Counsel, Authority Counsel Glenn Googans. Then we will have our estimated public safety costs and event costs that will be presented by Assistant City Manager Chuck Baker. Then we will discuss the staff negotiated terms for the assignment and assumption agreement. And lastly, the last update will be on facility improvements that are required to host the FIFA Men's World Cup. We then will recap next steps and a staff recommendation. Key point tonight is a study session. No final action is scheduled tonight. And in fact, the documents that are before you were released in the staff report on Friday. However, those documents will be public until January 28th, until you will be scheduled to take a final action on the assignment and assumption agreement. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. So those documents will be out for public review for quite some time. And we really wanted to have this study session right after the release of that information for some articulation of what those documents contain. And then following the staff presentation, we will have a presentation by the Bay Area Host Committee. So first, let's begin with background and overview. For council, some of this will be repetitive. We thought, though, that members of the public may be joining this conversation for the first time. And so while you've had a number of updates from staff and the Bay Area Host Committee before, we wanted to provide a little ground setting. So I'll walk us through a few of those slides. So as we know, Levi's is anticipated to host Super Bowl 60 in February of 26 and 6 FIFA Men's World Cup matches between June 13th and July 1st. Levi's, of course, is owned by the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, a public entity, and the City Council sits as the board of the Stadium Authority. And that entity was formed in 2011. The Stadium Authority contracts with what we often refer to here as ManCo, but the 49er Stadium Management Company, LLC, for day-to-day operations, both for NFL and non-NFL events. The Santa Clara Police Department is the lead law enforcement agency responsible for public safety planning and operation and the implementation of that for both NFL events and non-NFL events, and is truly central to all the work that we're talking about today. And as the council knows, since June of 2023, the city and the Stadium Authority has been hard at work working with various partners from the Bay Area Host Committees, various 49er entities, and both federal and state agencies, and we'll talk a little bit about those as we provide more ground setting. I do also want to say that it's taken quite some time to get to where we are. It's important to recognize that the negotiations that have occurred over the last several months have frankly been a 7-way negotiation involving 7 distinct entities: the Bay Area Host Committee, our stadium manager, ManCo, Teamco, which we'll talk about, a 49ers entity, as well as Stadco, a 49ers entity, 2 city entities, the stadium and the city, as well as FIFA. Next, we want to talk about prior board actions because we come here today with the city and the board having taken prior actions. And so, as we all know, on August 31st, 2027, Mayor Gilmore submitted a letter in support of the bid. And so that letter contained a number of statements. It said the city of Santa Clara would like to declare its strong interest in being a host city for the 26th World Cup. Pleased to confirm that the city of Santa Clara and Levi Stadium will submit a bid to host one or more games, and that happened. Also said that we, on behalf of the city, unequivocally support this bid and look forward to welcoming you, being FIFA, to our beautiful city, absolutely. And then in February 22nd of 22, the city council voted and passed a resolution in support of that bid with a number of similar statements, but also at the very end, the last whereas noted that the city and the stadium authority must be insulated from all of the financial costs related to the event. And then most recently, in May of 2023, the city council and the board voted to adopt guiding principles for the FIFA World Cup games, really as a marker and a guide to staff as we embarked on this process. You also directed the city manager and executive director and your legal counsel to negotiate and execute an information sharing and cooperation agreement, which of course we did. So just a little, couple more overviews. As the council will remember, we've been here a number of times, right? So we were here on May 23rd. We presented an informational report on FIFA World Cup. We covered a number of things. We covered our efforts to obtain the necessary documents, and Attorney Googans will go through that process in a little bit more detail. But at that time, we outlined 3 categories of documents. A category 1, which were documents that would be unlimitedly distributed with some redactions that would be some items redacted at a later date. We are at that point. We have now released documents with fewer redactions that we'll talk about later today. There were category 2 of documents that would be made available to the city for our review, but we are not a party to, things like the host city agreement. And then the third category were documents that don't have any bearing on the city or the stadium authority, things like hotel agreements or airport agreements. And so we provided you with all of those updates, as well as various meetings that had occurred leading up to May 23rd. At that meeting, the city council and the board adopted these 9 guiding principles. First, to professionally oversee the efforts related to the FIFA World Cup so that it positively highlights the city and celebrates the rich diversity of Santa Clara's neighborhoods. A very high bar to obtain reimbursement for all event costs, including public safety, pre and post event. Ensure that there would be direct benefits to the Santa Clara community and Santa Clara businesses. Plan and provide for communication and engagement with our residential neighborhoods that are adjacent to Levi Stadium and other venues in the city that would be utilized. Ensure specific benefits to and involvement with Santa Clara's youth and adult soccer programs. Seek revenue-generating utilization for the Santa Clara Convention Center and other event and recreation spaces, such as those at our our 2 colleges and school facilities within the city, without any impact to the general fund. Important note there. 7, seek mitigation of city and stadium authority financial risk and liabilities, which we'll talk significantly about today. And engage in transparent communication on pre-planning efforts with periodic progress reports to the city council, including reports published on the city's website that promote engagement and awareness for our residential neighborhoods. And lastly, the council definitely wanted to add this pledge that the Santa Clara City Council and the Stadium Authority Board and city staff will follow the law, act ethically and transparently with the expectation that other parties do the same. And so these have certainly guided staff through the work and will continue to guide us. We are still in the planning stage, and so we've yet to launch our communication to neighborhoods and the community, but we have hit a number of these things, and we'll be talking about them in large measure today. On September 26th of 2023, we provided you with another update regarding our preparations for FIFA World Cup. We covered a number of things. We covered our management structure. So the city set up an internal management structure to support the 26 major events. We updated you on external stakeholder meetings with both the Bay Area Host Committee and VTA. We also updated you at that time on our information sharing agreement and document acquisition. And then we let you know that there were field of play requirements that would very likely involve changes in construction at Levi Stadium. Next, we were before you on March 5th, again, this time with the Bay Area Host Committee, and we presented an informational report that included both Super Bowl and FIFA. The topics covered included the match schedule. So at that time, FIFA had released the match schedule, so we knew the matches that would be played at Levi's. We had a stakeholder structure that we will review again shortly. We discussed city infrastructure and resource needs. We also discussed capital improvements that would be needed leading up to the FIFA World Cup and Super Bowl games. You may recall that was a very detailed presentation that included things that were normal Stadium Authority capital improvements that we wanted to advance, as well as things that we weren't funding, like suite renovations that Stadco was advancing so that they would be completed for 2026. And a lot of that planning work has happened. We'll discuss a little bit later today. Permits have been submitted, and certainly for the bowl modifications, we are ready to issue those permits subject to approval of a assignment and assumption agreement. We also discussed emergency preparedness and public safety planning updates, and provided you with an update on our negotiations for an assignment and assumption agreement. Lastly, the last update you received from us was just in August of this year. We provided you with another detailed report on Super Bowl and FIFA planning. We discussed the costs and planning strategy. We outlined the reimbursement strategy at that time, we had executed an interim funding agreement with the Bay Area Host Committee for costs related to planning for FIFA World Cup. That started in July of this year and runs through December. We also updated you on a number of planning meetings and training sessions that occurred with the police department as well as the Office of Emergency Services. We discussed infrastructure and venue preparations and the plans. At that time, the plans were submitted, they were being reviewed. We showed you detailed diagrams on the type of improvements that we will highlight briefly today. We discussed national security and safety conferences that staff attended. And then most importantly, we walked through the key terms in the assignment and assumption agreement as well as the league event agreement that were being negotiated. And so that really brings us to where we are tonight. Again, just by way of background, there are a lot of entities involved with this. We will use acronyms, we will attempt to slow down, but we really want to make sure to remind you as the board, as well as the public, of all the various stakeholders that are involved and entities. So we have the Bay Area Host Committee, a nonprofit organization focused on bringing and managing mega sports events to the Bay Area. And so Super Bowl 60, FIFA World Cup here in Santa Clara. Also, the All-Star Game, and Zaleen Jan-Mohammed from the Bay Area Host Committee, as I mentioned, is here tonight and will present to you. There's the NFL, of course, the National Football League, really the organizing entity around the Super Bowl. There's FIFA, the international governing body for the FIFA World Cup and the games. We have the City of Santa Clara, of course, as a lead public safety agency and regulatory body for permitting the events, also the owner of the land that the stadium sits on. And then we have our other entity, the Stadium Authority, that is the actual owner of Levi Stadium. Next, we have various federal partners, Homeland Security, FBI, Department of Transportation, that we've been in communication with, and that certainly the Bay Area Host Committee is in very close coordination and communication with. Various state partners, the Office of Emergency Services. We have certainly worked with them in these preparations, as well as regional partners, the City of San Jose, the City and County of San Francisco, and our neighboring cities, as well as special districts or special purpose agencies like VTA and Caltrain. I'll highlight this briefly because I know in the Bay Area Host Committee presentation, they have a different representation of this, but it's just important to note at the outset that the Bay Area Host Committee is the overall event coordinator And it's really them that are working directly with us as a city, with us as a stadium authority, with various 49er entities, as well as the regional partners. And the Bay Area Host Committee is really active across all levels of government, at the federal level, at the state level, and at the local level. So, also important to note, this is a bit of a new slide, but we wanted to take a moment and pause because we will be talking about various 49er entities today, and they have been a part of these negotiations and conversations. And so again, Manco is our stadium manager, a entity owned by the 49ers. Stadco is another 49er entity that has the obligation to purchase suites. They're also the entity that formally leases the stadium from the Stadium Authority. And then there's Teamco, which has agreed to provide a guarantee to cover any shortfall if Bay Area Host Committee is not able to meet their obligations. And Teamco is the major entity of the 49ers football team. Okay, so just as a high level, what exactly are we talking about when we say the FIFA World Cup Games? As many of us know, FIFA is the international soccer competition between national teams under FIFA's designation as the global governing body. The event is held every 4 years. It is the most prestigious and widely viewed single sporting event in the world. And so FIFA launched the World Cup bid in 2016, hence the mayor's letter just a year later in 2017. The winning bid was a combination bid between the United States, Canada, and Mexico. In June of 22, FIFA announced 16 regions that would host World Cup matches. These are the 16 cities. I will not read them, but major cities in the US, Mexico, and Canada. Specific to So there are group stage matches, there are knockout matches, but most importantly, specific to Levi Stadium, we will host 6 matches over a 19-day period, one, if not one of the most compressed periods. 5 group stage matches in June from the 13th to the 25th, and then 1 knockout round match on July 1st. So with that, the rest of our discussion today will again be in 4 sections. We will first talk about the FIFA World Cup documents. We will then talk about estimated public safety costs. We will then talk about the proposed terms for the assignment and assumption agreement. And lastly, we will close out with the required facility improvements. With that, I'll turn it over to Glenn Googans.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I think I might. You can just swipe this now. That's pretty slick. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council, Chair, Stadium Authority Board, Glenn Googans, City Attorney and General Counsel to the Stadium Authority, presenting on one of, I think, your favorite topics, and mine, obtaining the key documents for the FIFA World Cup match. The challenge for this, as you've heard from me before when we discussed this topic, was that we initially lacked access to and possession of these documents, frankly, because we were not involved in the negotiation of those agreements, and that FIFA, as a secretive entity used to doing business privately, was not accustomed to making such documents public, especially when many of the terms contained in those documents were still under negotiation, and so they resisted their disclosure and the provision of these documents, which we thought were crucial to understanding what we are asked to embark upon. In fact, all of the documents included explicit confidentiality provisions that prevented their disclosure. So as a result, the process to acquire the documents was a little bit of an odyssey, and this slide kind of summarizes that process. Late in 2022, early 2023, before my time, City and Stadium Authority requested the documents from Manco and Bay Area Host Committee in order for us to be able to assess the obligations and risks, but we made little progress, in that regard. Then April through May 2023, city staff, mostly Sue Reuter and I from my office, engaged Manco, Bay Area Host Committee, and now FIFA representatives directly to communicate to them the importance of us acquiring these documents, the legal requirement with respect to at least some of them that they be provided. They understood and worked with us fairly constructively, still safeguarding where they could. And we talked about a structure and framework for an information sharing agreement. As we developed that with some more refinement, we came back to you, one of the updates, as City Manager Grogan described on May 23rd, with an information sharing framework, among other things, and you directed us, with the comfort of how that was outlined, to proceed to negotiate and enter into such an agreement, which we did, finally on August 1st, 2023, I think a little after that, but it was dated effective back to August 23rd. After extensive negotiations, we were able to reach an agreement for the terms of the information and sharing agreement. You're all familiar with the terms of this agreement, I think. Not all of you fondly familiar. We provided you a copy at the time that the agreement was finalized, back I think on August 20th, 2023. This agreement's been on the city website, and you were again provided, because we think it's relevant, a copy of that document with your staff report tonight. But as a reminder, and for the public, next couple slides present the key terms for this information sharing agreement. The first and most important provision from our standpoint is that the agreement requires Manco, Bay Area Host Committee, and FIFA to share all relevant World Cup documents with us, which they had declined to do before. City did agree to meet and confer to identify confidential information that there may be in those documents, not to disclose that confidential information to the public, and to coordinate to the extent there was Public Records Act request with respect to that confidential information, in order that they might be given an opportunity to protect privileges that they'd asserted with respect to that information. There is also very clearly information that we agreed was sensitive and relative to the venue and security operations, which we also didn't want to disclose. We also entered into an internal process for managing this confidential information. There were significant elevated concerns that this information would be disclosed despite an agreement. And so the access to these documents was limited to what was defined as relevant personnel. It was all of you and about 20 or so key staff involved in the review of the documents and the negotiations of this agreement. There were protocols for maintaining that confidentiality that included the requirement that relevant personnel execute an acknowledgement of duty of confidentiality as a condition to full access to those documents. The types of documents and the level of access was arranged into 3 categories, as the city manager alluded to, based really upon whether or not the city or the stadium authority was a party to that agreement, which put it in a different category, clearly a public document, and depended upon the nature of the information that was contained, in the document being sought. These document categories I'll go over, but quickly. Category 1 are World Cup agreements entered into by or on behalf of the stadium authority that are therefore public documents, public records that clearly require disclosure. We obtained actual possession of those documents with the ability to disclose to the public with only exempt confidential information redacted. And the example of this is the stadium agreement. Category 2 documents related to documents to which neither the city nor the stadium authority were a party, but were reasonably expected to have direct or material indirect impacts on city or stadium authority resources. The City Stadium Authority was granted the opportunity to review such documents, but not to actually possess them, so they were not therefore disclosable to the public. And the most obvious example of this is the host city agreement, as a private agreement between the Bay Area Host Committee and FIFA. Finally, Category 3 documents were documents not in Category 1 or 2, but involving activities that might occur in the city, but were of uncertain, impacts on city or stadium authority resources. We're supposed to obtain a list of those documents. We don't have that yet. We'll be obtaining that shortly, and we review those to determine whether or not those are things we need access to, and we meet and confer on the level of that access. Kind of agreements we're talking about here are agreements there might be with local hotels, other local events, maybe training sites, although we're told there won't be training sites within our community, and similar type agreements. With this information sharing agreement, finalized, and these protocols for handling both public and confidential information, there was another process, another little bit of an odyssey to actually receive, redact, and make those documents as much as possible available to the public. So in August, we started meeting, conferring regarding proposed redactions from mostly FIFA, but including Bay Area Host Committee and from MANCO. On August 29th, there was a partially redacted stadium agreement that was shared with council in preparation for its release to the public. There was pending Public Records Act request at that time from the San Francisco Chronicle. On September 8th, 2023, that document, although redacted, was released to the San Francisco Chronicle. And it was also posted online, as all these documents, in at least their redacted forms, have been. Then on September 22nd, 2023, the Acknowledgement of Duty of Confidentiality forms were distributed to the council in order for them to gain, it should be ISA access, should be Intralinks access for the public. I think you're all familiar with it now. Intralinks is a digital platform with the parties with access can view but not copy or send documents. It's kind of the modern equivalent of going to somebody's office and looking at those documents, as is sometimes done with financial records or legal documents or in the judge's chambers. This is kind of the modern digital equivalent of that. So that platform was set up in October, and the Category 2 documents that we had negotiated for were then posted on Intralinks and available for review. January 2024, then a redacted addendum to the stadium agreement was released and posted online. And then most recently, just over the last couple months, in preparation for this meeting and in response to some pending Public Records Act requests, Sue, again from my office, interacted with her counterpart over at FIFA to remind them that, hey, we had told you all along that when a material decision on how to dispose of this agreement and to, in effect, approve, proceeding with the event was going to come before the council, we needed the financial information that had previously been redacted to be made available. They understood that. There was a little bit of back and forth on some pending information and some information that was still viewed as sensitive from a security standpoint. But ultimately, that led to, just this past Friday, December 6th, a substantially unredacted stadium agreement and addendum, at least the portions that relate to amend the stadium agreement, was released to the public and, of course, provided to you, in your materials. That's a lot, and it's kind of information here or there, and city manager suggested, and it's a good idea, that we put these documents into a matrix so you can see them all and what they are and the level of their disclosure. First of all, the stadium agreement, which was entered into back in 2018, right, in connection with the bid. It was between MANCO and, at that time, USA Soccer. Now FIFA has stepped into their shoes. This was, again, required as part of the bid package. The disclosure status, as I mentioned, the initial redacted version was disclosed back in September 2023, and the substantially unredacted version was disclosed just this past Friday. Then there's the host city agreement. That's between Barrie Host Committee and FIFA. It's really not very well named and creates a lot of confusion as a result of that. Barrie Host Committee is the host city authority, not the city, of Santa Clara. And again, submitted as part of the big package. The status of that is it was disclosed to the city and the Stadium Authority on Intralinks, as I described. Again, considered a private document. It's not been disclosed to the public because it's not a public record in possession of the city or Stadium Authority. Finally, the addendum, somewhat awkwardly, amends both the Stadium Agreement, a public document, and the host city agreement, a private document. And so the redactions for that were challenging. That document is entered into between MANCO, Barrie Host Committee, and FIFA, again, because it amends both the Stadium Agreement and the host city agreement. That agreement provides some additional detail that was negotiated and renegotiated right around the time when FIFA was going to be making the decision of what the actual venues were going to be. So there was a lot of pressure to negotiate hard from FIFA. Some of those terms got worse from the original Stadium Agreement, as a result of that. But that agreement was finalized back in June of 2022, and the disclosure status, the Stadium Agreement portion, remember the public document, was revealed in a redacted form back in January of 2024, earlier this year. And then, again, the substantially unredacted version of that was provided just this past Friday. The host city portions of that amendment, however, remain redacted because they relate to that private agreement, which has not been provided. So that's all the documents all in one place and their disclosure status. A little bit about the Stadium Agreement now and the host city agreement. The Stadium Agreement essentially sets forth FIFA's terms for stadium operations and infrastructure, and at least the initial terms for the allocation of event costs and revenues. As I've said before, and as everybody's aware, this agreement heavily favors FIFA, with reserved rights for FIFA to amend the agreement and actually impose, additional requirements. Similar agreements were entered into and submitted as part of the bid packages for all of the venues, and so they're all favorable to FIFA. The addendum adds some terms that are specific to Levi's, Stadium, and more particular. One of the important things it does, it replaces USA Soccer with the FIFA as the contracting party. Actually, there's actually a local FIFA entity that was formed to conduct their business for this. It defines the basic services with more specificity that whoever fulfills the obligations under this Stadium Agreement needs to perform. It updates the stadium footprint map for FIFA's exclusive use. And some of the information here and the security details of that remain redacted for security purposes. And it specifies the required field and other technical improvements to the stadium that are going to be necessary. As it relates now to the assignment and assumption agreement that we'll talk about later, under the proposed assignment and assumption agreement, MANCO's responsibilities under this agreement that they entered into, purportedly on behalf of the Stadium Authority, will transfer to the Bay Area Host Committee, leaving no direct obligations for the city or the Stadium Authority. There are a few remaining redactions in this agreement that I wanted to describe. The version that is most unredacted is attached to your RTC as version 2. The version 2 of both the Stadium Agreement and the addendum amending the Stadium Agreement. Again, that was released this past Friday. Some redactions, again, remain for security purposes, and there's some financial details in there as well that were not revealed, but the bottom line financial number, the actual total of the costs and the total of the payments that are going to be made is actually disclosed where it was redacted before. So there is an essential understanding of what the deal economics are now made available not only to you but to the public. For the stadium agreement, remaining redactions include actual signatures, not to mask who the signature was, but to make sure the signature itself, couldn't be copied. Contact information and personal information for people. And again, the line item figures for rental fees and the base services, but not the bottom line figures themselves. For the addendum that relates to the stadium agreement, the remaining redactions include provisions relating to the host city agreement, as we talked about. Those are marked in black on the versions that were shared with you and were shared with the public. Security details regarding number of FIFA employees to be stationed at different times at the stadium footprint map, and again, some descriptions of security areas in the perimeter. It also redacts the number of suites and seats under Section 12, some financial information still under negotiation. And again, the line item details for basic services and variable rent figures are redacted, although the bottom line numbers are revealed in Exhibit B. The redactions for security, FIFA practices, and pending details in this case are marked redacted and in red text. That's how you can tell those redactions as opposed to the redactions that relates to the host city agreement. Really a little sorry, it's a little wonky. Again, it's with the addendum that modified both those agreements, the manner in which we had to go about redacting the information and marking it is a little clumsy, but we did the best we could to be clear about how that worked. Host city agreement basics. Again, the 2018 host city agreement was submitted with the region's bid, and it names Barry a host committee, not the city, as the host city authority, as we talked about. Its terms and the related addendum provisions are therefore not binding on the city or the stadium authority, and the addendum terms related to the private host city agreement remain unredacted. The city and stadium authority, since we're not parties to the host city agreement, makes this not a public record. Although we were granted access as relevant, at least relevant personnel under the information sharing agreement, recognizing the city's interests, that some of these provisions may impact the city. In other words, it's a Category 2 document. And essentially, the host city agreement outlines the host city's authority's role in supporting the event, including training sites, accommodations, transportation to and from the venue, fan activities, and a whole slew of provisions that protect FIFA's commercial interests at and around the stadium. If city or stadium services are needed in order to support what Barry, a host committee, has committed to do under the terms of the host city agreement, and they may be, Barry, a host committee, must contract with the city in order to provide those services. We're not obligated to, but under the draft assignment and assumption agreement, we do agree to meet and confer with them and to negotiate reasonable terms for the provision of those support and services. That is my first part of this. I'll now turn things over to Assistant City Manager Chuck Baker to talk about estimated public safety costs and other event costs. I'll be back.
Thank you, City Attorney Coogan. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Board Chair, members of the board, members of the council, and the public. My name is Chuck Baker. I'm the Assistant City Manager and Assistant Executive Director for the City of Santa Clara and the Stadium Authority. So under Measure J, city funds cannot be used to cover Stadium Authority expenses. This policy requires all work related to FIFA World Cup and Super Bowl events, including public safety and planning, to be tracked and reimbursed. And so to support this, the Barry Host Committee entered into an interim funding agreement that we've mentioned before with the city, and it was effective July 1, 2024 through December 31st, 2024. It's either going to expire December 31st, 2024, or when we sign an assumption agreement, whichever comes first. And the interim funding agreement agrees to reimburse the city for World Cup event planning costs. And this reflected a fairly rigorous negotiation process that defined the scope of timekeeping and reporting documentation for the purpose of reimbursement. The total estimated cost allocation for this planning work stands at $150,000, and the table to the right provides a breakout of the three primary public safety departments: fire, police, and public works. And so far, the city has received payments totaling $34,062 for expenses incurred from July through September 2024. And it's important to understand the process. The first invoice submission allowed us to test the process. This is complicated because this is a new motion. We refined the process to align on expectations, both within the department heads as well as with the Mayor Host Committee. And so the second invoice was paid immediately once we refined that process with the refined and more efficient process. And so we expect timely reimbursements with this process being ironed out for the October to December invoices. And you'll notice that we're tracking under the run rate towards 150, considering 3 of the months are at 34,000 and we have 3 months left to get to 150. So as the city manager mentioned, in order to properly track time and quantify pre-planning costs, which include reviewing the agreements, negotiating new agreements, and other standard corporate oversight and management functions as a stadium authority, this is the work that we do. In June 2024, staff reclassified time spent from May 22nd, 2023 to June 30th, 2024. Why are those dates important? May 22nd, 23 was the date that we adopted the guiding principles, and June 30th was the day before the interim funding agreement kicked in. So we needed to do a look back on the hours that were spent. And that's to ensure compliance with Measure J and to prepare for reimbursement. So following this, on August 24 update to CMD, which is something I'll explain in the next slide, 136, it clarified timekeeping and reporting responsibilities. And so for reclassification, the staff time was divided into 2 categories. The SCSA budgeted staff, that's the stuff that we are doing anyway that's already budgeted year to year. And so we spent approximately 584 hours. This is a look back, costing $141,000, covered by the Stadium Authority's approved budgets. And then the second classification is the non-Stadium Authority budgeted staff. And for FIFA World Cup, again, we looked at FIFA World Cup and Super Bowl. For FIFA World Cup, we spent approximately 106 hours, costing $24,845. And that primarily involved pre-planning work with community development, police, and emergency management activities. And so regarding cost reimbursement, the $24,845 incurred has not been reimbursed by the Bay Area Host Committee, but could be covered if government funding is secured. If funding is not obtained, the Stadium Authority may cover these costs, as it's been done for past events such as the 2019 college football playoffs and Super Bowl 50. So this process ensures compliance, financial accountability, and preparedness for major events while minimizing the risk to the city and stadium authority. So now let's shift to the CMD. So since its introduction in August 2016, City Manager's Directive, or CMD 136, which is attached to the report, outlines staff timekeeping responsibilities and citywide reimbursement procedures to ensure accurate reporting and charging of city services. And so the August 24 update, fast forward to a few months ago, we build upon the framework by providing further clarification of the city services that must be tracked and reported with several amendments. Specifically, the upgrade distinguishes direct stadium event costs, such as public safety expenses, from administrative and management fees. That had not been done before. And it delineates direct stadium event costs as it relates to public safety from administrative and management time. And so we're seeing the public safety as a pullout in terms of the cost. Importantly, we work closely with each department to ensure that we structured time codes that could be easily allocated into FIFA World Cup and SBLX related work to reduce the overhead requirements of this additional reporting, and it would be easier for the Bay Area Host Committee to verify and quickly reimburse. And so these updates ensure greater transparency, accountability, and adherence to reimbursement procedures. So let's talk about the methodology to how we came up with these estimates. So to develop these estimates for FIFA World Cup, we relied on a structured methodology that considers staff and vendor expenses across 3 categories: planning and training, equipment, and direct event costs, the costs that happen around the time of the matches. These estimates are informed by past events, such as Super Bowl 50 and the 2023 CONCACAF Gold Cup, and have been adjusted for current market conditions and risk factors. It's important to note that the estimates may change because we're still getting data. So they may change due to evolving FIFA requirements or emerging challenges. So for planning and training, the methodology we used was Super Bowl 50 as a baseline. Costs were calculated by department, position, and hour for each planning year. And that was structured to meet the requirements of FIFA, which has their own steering committees. For equipment, we also reference Super Bowl 50 to identify needs. The approach prioritizes cost efficiency by borrowing equipment when possible, renting when necessary. When we mean borrow, we mean from other agencies, including federal agencies. Not, then we rent if necessary, and then we only purchase as a last resort. We spent a good amount of time with PD and fire to ensure that we procured only what was needed, and we actually ran those estimates past the Bay Area Host Committee so that they could understand the impact as well. And so for direct event costs, the Gold Cup served as the baseline. And we looked at lots of factors and landed on a 1.5x multiplier. Those factors accounted for the larger perimeter. So that game, that match, the Mexico match, Qatar match, that match now has a larger perimeter for World Cup. It also has increased security threats. Those threats will be identified for each match. So those are variables that are yet to be determined. But for the purpose of this estimate, we looked at a 1.5 with those variables. And then we also have a 24/7 deployment that's required around those weeks that will have 1 day on, 3 days off. We need a 24/7 deployment. We don't need that for the Mexico match. So that's what increased the cost. This methodology ensures that all aspects of public safety are adequately addressed while remaining cost-efficient and adaptable. And so the final slide goes over the preliminary cost estimate line items. So let's review these. Over the next 12 to 18 months, the city will continue working closely with the Bay Area Host Committee, federal and state agencies, the NFL, and FIFA, and, as necessary, the Niners entities to finalize these key items. These include defining the security perimeter, tightening it up, transit modes, where is VACAS located? These are lots of variables that are still pending. Pathways into the city and other logistical considerations. An important factor in assessing risk and cost will be the team matchups, as we said. So the preliminary estimates are divided into 3 categories, as you see here. Planning and trading, we're looking at around $3.3 million. Equipment cost, just under $400,000, and then direct event costs are a little over $8.5 million for a total of $12.160817. It's important to note that these figures, again, are subject to change. With that, completes my section. I will turn it back over to City Attorney Guggens.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council, this next topic, proposed terms for assignment and assumption agreement, is a little more interesting but no less dense than the one I went over last, so please bear with me. First of all, the premise for this, which you've heard a lot, is based on a few things. Like the college football playoff game that some of you remember and we're here for in 2019, the FIFA World Cup event for 2026 is projected as highly likely to be a net loss event for the Stadium Authority. Staff's analysis of the unredacted FIFA documents confirmed that this approach made sense. It was indeed highly likely, not certain, to be a net loss event. And this has led us into extensive negotiations throughout fall of 2023 up until just the last few weeks for the terms of an assignment and assumption agreement. The assignment and assumption agreement approach, as you've heard, assigns the rights and obligations under the stadium agreement with FIFA to the Area Host Committee, effectively reallocating the risk of loss for the event from Manco Stadium Authority to the Area Host Committee. Other pillars to this approach include the notion that we think is right, that the Area Host Committee is the appropriate party to raise money for and manage event of this magnitude. Another pillar, Manco, which continues to be involved, will continue to provide stadium operations services, but now under contract and on behalf of the Area Host Committee. City will continue, though, and this is really important, its lead role as the public safety security service provider, and equally important, with assurances that city costs will be reimbursed. And we'll discuss all of this in a little bit more detail below. The premise of this arrangement and built into the agreement is also the potential for the Stadium Authority, through surcharge revenues, will generate some economic benefit above and beyond the benefits of the economic activity that's expected to be generated within the region and within the city. So, and bear with me, we've got 5 fairly detailed slides that mirror the 5 or so pages in the RTC. But this is really at the heart of what you're considering tonight and giving us feedback on, and we want your feedback so that we can proceed to finalize this and bring it back to you for your consideration. And the first element of this is Manco is to assign their stadium rights and obligations under the stadium agreement to the Area Host Committee. Area Host Committee will assume all these obligations, including event costs, public safety costs, capital improvement costs, estimated to total between $45 and $50 million. Staff report breaks this down. It's about 20 to 25 million of field improvements, approximately 13.5 million of operational costs, and the 12 or so million or plus of the actual public safety costs that the city is expecting to bill, both as part of the planning and actual event security support. These obligations are partially offset because in addition to the obligations, the Area Host Committee will receive the right to variable rental fees for basic services. And this is discussed in a little bit more detail below. This assignment is subject to FIFA's approval with provisions for a formal release of the Stadium Authority from liability. The FIFA's approval is required under the terms of the stadium agreement, and in fact, we've drafted the form of that approval along with the draft assignment and assumption agreement. It's Exhibit A to the current draft of the agreement. Again, an important aspect of this, one of the pillars of this premise, is the city is going to continue to provide local event support services. And we want to do this. We want to make sure that we're at the center of making sure that the people who attend this event and citizens of Santa Clara, both in and around the stadium, are protected. So the city will handle the security, transportation, and related event services, and will have final approval of a public safety plan that the city itself will draft with input from all the relevant stakeholders, and there's a lot of them. And it covers a whole host of subjects. Our group's used to preparing these, and this will be similar, although an Uber version of what they've prepared before for major events, covering event security, emergency preparedness, transportation, and post-event activities and reviews of performance, and 10 other categories beyond that. I didn't list them all. I do want to emphasize that the Santa Clara Police Department is very much wants to be the lead. This event is unprecedented in some respects, but they have so much experience handling, major events, take so much pride in how they go about doing it, have developed so much knowledge and expertise. Anywhere they have gone, they have impressed other folks in this business with their knowledge and their capacity to provide these services. So there is very much interest on the part of certainly senior leadership of the police department in order to be at the forefront and to take up the mantle of providing these services. Thing that, amongst other things, we care about maybe the most is the Bay Area Host Committee's responsibility to reimburse the city for costs that it incurs in connection with providing this support. The agreement provides that all qualified event expenses, which is all planning, training, equipment, and event costs, currently estimated at $12.2 million, will be reimbursed by the Bay Area Host Committee. We've got current draft exhibits to the draft agreement that provide this detail, with the idea being that we want as little misunderstanding as possible of all the different kinds of things and services that we might provide that will be qualified event costs and subject to reimbursement. The city has provided an initial estimate of these costs, which will be attached as an exhibit to the agreement, and we have an obligation, and they have an obligation to continue to gather information, to exchange information about how the types of services we are going to need to provide might change. And where that is supposed to be captured in an updated cost estimate that we provide to the Bay Area Host Committee. As you've heard mentioned, circumstances may change, for this. FIFA may increase their requirements. The federal government may increase their requirements. There may be more federal or state support and resources provided. There may be less, depending upon any number of variables from now to the event. All of that gets factored into, including potential increasing costs of our own, into an updated cost estimate, and that gets shared, and built into the agreement. The crucial thing, though, about the agreement is, regardless of what the costs ultimately end up being, and regardless of whether or not the qualified event expenses that we invoice, for exceed the updated cost estimates, Bay Area Host Committee is responsible for reimbursing us for all of our qualified event expenses. Everybody understands there are some variables to this. There's a lot of effort that's being put into getting this number right, because it's a lot of money to raise, but ultimately they are responsible. There's a lot of details on the reimbursement process in the agreement. For pre-event expenses, planning and training type expenses, those are billed monthly. There's provisions for the ability of Bay Area Host Committee to dispute amounts, but they need to pay us all amounts that aren't disputed, set aside any disputed amounts, and if any of the disputed amounts aggregate in excess of $50K, they need to deposit that into a dispute escrow so that we know the money's there, ultimately to be resolved, in a mediation or arbitration process. And if the amounts in that dispute escrow exceed $200K, either party has the ability to actually trigger an expedited mediation if we deem that we really need those monies, to be paid to us immediately and want the issue resolved, precipitously, as opposed to waiting for end of event, reconciliation. So a lot of thought went into the reimbursement process and how that will work. We also, I should point out, have learned a lot from our early experience with the interim funding agreement, and so there may have been some uncertainties there about how the process was going to work. This is similar to that process, and some of the lessons learned are going to be built into the exhibits for how invoicing is done. In fact, there will be attached to the agreement a template for what the invoice will look like and the kind of detail that's required in order to mitigate the likelihood of there being disputes over the kinds of monies that we're asking to be reimbursed. That's for the pre-planning, pre-event expenses. Actual event expenses are handled somewhat differently. We definitely have an interest in making sure, since this is going to be the brunt of the costs, probably in excess of $8.5 million, that we get paid, these amounts and in a timely way. And one of the ways we're approaching this is to have actual event expenses advance payments before we even incur the costs, because we know we're going to be incurring, the costs. So there's a provision for, in effect, 45 days, in advance of the first event, May 1st, 2026, for Barry Host Committee to pay us 50% of the then estimated actual event costs. So we have those monies to us in advance. And then an additional 25% would be paid after the third match on June, 22nd. So before we've even captured our cost and invoiced them for costs, they will be obligated to pay us costs in expectation of those costs being incurred and that bill being provided. The final invoice is to be submitted, if possible, by September 18th, 2026, and paid within 60 days. If any of the amounts that are due and not paid, or if there are any amounts that are due and not paid, those amounts will accrue interest at 1.25% per month. Backing up this obligation to reimburse costs, has been mentioned a couple times, is a TeamCo guarantee of Barry Host Committee's reimbursement obligations. Under this guarantee, if the Barry Host Committee fails to pay qualified event expenses, TeamCo will be responsible for making those payments under the terms of a separate guarantee agreement. There's no cap on what their backfill obligation is. However, there is an obligation that, to the extent the Stadium Authority generates surcharge revenues, the Stadium Authority will contribute the lesser of 20% of the guarantor's payment obligation and a percentage of surcharge revenues actually received. We gave an example of how this might work in the RTC. If I'm remembering right, the example was if Barry Host Committee fails to pay $4 million of the event expenses, say there's $12 million of expenses and they only pay us $8, the TeamCo would be obligated to backfill that amount, but Stadium Authority would be obligated to contribute towards that an amount if equal to a percentage of the guarantee obligation. So if there was a $4 million guarantee obligation, we would have an obligation to contribute $800,000 towards that, right? 20%, of $4 million. And if we generated, for example, $1.8 million of surcharge revenues, which is one of the numbers that's projected, we would still retain $1 million of surcharge revenues. So it's 100% guarantee, but with a negotiated, in effect, contribution from the Stadium Authority out of surcharge revenues that we receive. Details of that are still being finalized, but will be presented to you concurrent with the presentation of the assignment and assumption agreement. In effect, it's a condition to the assignment and assumption agreement that satisfactory terms of the guarantee obligation also be approved by you. As I talked about before, again, Barry Host Committee gets all the obligations under the stadium agreement to provide basic services, but they also get the payments that were negotiated in order to compensate them for those basic services. So they've been assigned the right to receive what's termed in the agreement somewhat awkwardly a variable rental fee. It's estimated to be $13.5 million. They also will get, based on an allocation of a number of suites that they get, in order to sell any resale revenue from an allocated number of suites. They have to buy those suites, but they get it to the extent that they can be sold and bundled as part of hospitality packages. They would get to keep, as a way of generating revenue to offset their costs, the profits from that. And Barry Host Committee is here and, of course, and can talk about the economics of that and their plan for that. Either Q&A or part of their presentation. The Stadium Authority, as has been mentioned, is also to receive some revenues, a $6 per ticket surcharge. This is projected to be at between 1.8 to 2.16 million, although it's not guaranteed at that amount. It's a projection based upon estimated sales of tickets of between 50,000 and 60,000 tickets sold per game. I think we had a mathematical error in our RTC. I think we used a 60K tickets sold per game figure and said that was 1.8 million. That would be a 50K ticket per game, calculation, and so this is the range of the projections. Manco is obligated to work with FIFA to implement per our existing protocols under the stadium lease. We have definitions of what a sold ticket is. We have already an existing relationship and approach with Ticketmaster. FIFA doesn't necessarily use Ticketmaster for their ticket platform, and so Manco is obligated to work with FIFA in order to develop a protocol as close to what our expectation is about how our surcharge works for how the surcharge will work under the terms of this agreement. When we collect the surcharge amounts, they are to be deposited 50-50 into the Stadium Authority general revenues and discretionary funds. That's the current structure for amounts negotiated prior to our most recent settlement about how surcharge fees will be used. And we thought it the appropriate model to apply here, since this agreement was, or the commitment to this event by Manco was made prior to the terms of that, the date of that settlement agreement. Stadium improvements you're going to hear about more later in the presentation, but for purposes of this agreement, Area Host Committee under the Assignment and Assumption Agreement is required to construct at its cost the FIFA-required stadium upgrades. These are primarily field improvements, but there's some other minor improvements that may be necessary, and the estimated cost for this is between $20 to $25 million. You'll hear more about that. All these improvements are subject to Stadium Authority approval. We didn't surrender, approval rights with respect to this. You need to be comfortable with what these stadium improvements are. Manco is responsible to oversee construction, as they typically do for any stadium improvements, using only private sources of funds. That needs to be managed, and some of the details of this are still being worked out in a way where Stadium Authority will not be liable, for the construction of those improvements, and only private monies will be used to construct those improvements. Unless the improvements are removed or restored, which really isn't practical, or unless the improvements are removed and the stadium restored to its original condition, which just isn't really practical under these circumstances, but there's a provision for it anyway. The ownership of all of these improvements will revert to the Stadium Authority at the end of the event. There's terms for government funding in the agreement too, which is important, particularly since Bay Area Host Committee is looking to government funding as one of its primary sources for funding their obligation to reimburse us for qualified event expenses. Parties agree to cooperate to seek state and federal funding with earmarks for qualified event expenses wherever possible. There's also provisions that talk about cooperating, getting a maximum allocation of existing funding that's already been obtained. The OES funding, approximately $7 million. City manager with about half of that. $3 million plus allocated, to Northern California. So that's state money. So there's provisions on cooperation of how that's going to work, with the County of Santa Clara, I think, designated, as the fiscal agent for the administration of those funds. There's a provision that says if other qualified event expenses are paid, if there's remaining government funding, that funding can be used to pay any unreimbursed staff time. There's discussion about that in the financial discussion. The staff time that was incurred prior to July 1st, 2024, where the interim funding agreement kicked in. So now we are being reimbursed, for all that staff time. To the extent government money's remaining and available for that, that may be, potentially offset, that amount. The equipment costs. Assistant City Manager Baker talked about a lot. There's provisions in there for how that works with a tendency to favor leasing, where possible, but there's some detailed provisions about how those acquisitions will work and the determination of what the market rate will be charged, either a pass-through amount if the equipment is leased, or a market value determination if the equipment has to be purchased and leased, and there's some detailed provisions about that. I think it's a fairly significant equipment cost. I'm forgetting the number, Chuck, in the $400,000 range, 300, 400,000. So it was important to get that right and get a clear understanding about how that was going to work. Okay, almost done. This is kind of an additional agreements, section, which seems like a miscellaneous section, but it's really not. There's a lot of important provisions in here, so I want to go over it with you, and these are all described in even greater detail in the RTC, and of course, greater detail still in the actual form agreement that we're working on, hopefully to bring back to you shortly. Provision regarding convention center use. There's clearly an interest of Bay Area Host Committee to use the convention center and probably FIFA in connection with this event. And so there's been some consideration for that to allow Bay Area Host to book up to 100% of the convention center for the use, during this time period. However, they need to do that by April 1st. Otherwise, we need to, our city convention center operator needs to start making that space available to other parties. And it's the rates are to be negotiated at what what our current applicable rates are. So there's no subsidy for that. There's provision regarding the youth sports park, which is within the security perimeter, and FIFA may propose some uses for that could interfere with other uses. And so if FIFA does propose any use of that facility, it's subject to city approval. It's a city facility, so we get to approve that and decide the terms for that. Because the fields are within the security perimeter, there's any disruption of normal youth use for that, the parties are to cooperate to find alternative fields at equivalent rates or provide some other form of support for displaced youth programs. So there's a cooperation element there too, in the event that the summer active uses of that for either practices or games is negatively impacted by the location of that facility, either within the security perimeter or competing uses. Third-party approvals is important. As you may remember from some of the early briefings we gave you, this agreement, stadium agreement with FIFA, really gives FIFA the right to do all sorts of things with the stadium that might conflict with other agreements that relate to the stadium, particularly with respect to the naming of the facility and the signage, on the facility. They also have the ability to displace concessionaires, and other service providers if they have their own concessionaires. And so as a result, this should not be a city or stadium authority responsibility. Manco is responsible for obtaining all third-party approvals and contract waivers required by whatever's necessary to fulfill FIFA's requirements under the stadium agreement at no risk or cost to the city or the stadium authority. And we give the Levi's approvals under the naming rights agreements for any stadium rebranding as an example of this. There's some details here still to be worked out because there's some unique circumstances that need to be sorted, but we expect to be able to sort that out and have that be finalized substantially in this form when this agreement comes back to you. Community programs are talked about. Bay Area Host Committee is to implement a community legacy initiative regionally that includes the city of Santa Clara with an obligation to assist with promoting those programs and benefits, here locally. I won't go into the details of that because I believe Bay Area Host Committee is going to talk about, that in their presentation, but there's a provision for that in the agreement. And almost finally, a few more things. Because, as we all know, this event's going to occupy the stadium, exclusively for 30-plus days, right, which is a significant, time period. To the potential exclusion of other ticketed and non-ticketed events, there's an obligation on Manco to develop and implement an enhanced marketing plan for the 2026-2020 season, 27 booking season, to help address any lost revenues Stadium Authority might have received from displaced events. This hasn't been developed in any great detail yet, but I know there's representatives from the 49ers here that can talk to you about what they have in mind and the dynamics and impacts that this World Cup event is going to have really at all the major venues throughout the nation, during that season, impacting kind of the kinds of events that are going to come through. Nonetheless, a commitment to try to work around that and get major events nonetheless on either side of the FIFA event, and to potentially have non-ticketed events occur during particularly the non-exclusive use periods, because those are low impact and are a really important source, of revenues to the Stadium Authority. Finishing off the additional agreements here, there's accounting requirements. Manco to provide an initial and final accounting of the event in accordance with the existing standards for non-NFL events. Parties do reserve the option for independent accounting or audits, but at their cost. There's also explicit conflict of interest provisions. There's already provisions in the management agreement that apply to Manco through an adopted conflict of interest policy under the management agreement that they are obligated to comply with, even if the event has been assigned, to Barry, a host committee. And there are provisions that talk about Manco assuring that no Manco or Stadco official will participate going forward in the assignment and assumption agreement approval or implementation. And so there are those provisions addressed, and we know that there's concerns about that. Because the stadium agreement calls for this, and we think a lot of this happens throughout their negotiations in different jurisdictions, we wanted to make it clear that we are not agreeing to waive or reduce any of our local fees or taxes. All those need to be paid. There's not a subsidy of this event. And there's also a provision for cooperation with marketing of city assets. City Manager Grogan has ideas about different properties and prominent locations around the stadium that might have value either for advertising or other event uses. And Barry, a host committee is supposed to work with us in Manco to give us appropriate audience and support with FIFA in order to talk about whether or not additional revenues could be generated through negotiations with FIFA or their commercial affiliates for the deployment of those assets. So there's a provision in there for that. Of course, there's all sorts of legal provisions. Insurance is going to be really important, here. There might be unique forms of assurance that we need to acquire. If there are, those would be qualified event expenses, and we would be reimbursed for that. But a lot of people are going to be acquiring a lot of kinds of assurance for this, and we're supposed to coordinate with that in order to minimize costs. But again, if there is an incremental cost related to the unique nature of this, that would be a qualified event expense, and we'd be reimbursed for that. Okay, I'm done. These terms really have been largely agreed upon by the parties, at least at a staff level, with some details, as I have indicated, still to be negotiated. Final draft agreement is expected to be completed soon, this year or early next. And then that agreement will be presented to the city and stadium authority for your consideration and approval. We're thinking this is going to be done, including with FIFA input and approval, so we can report that out, which is important, before your January 28th, 2025, already council board meeting. And Barry, host committee, and FIFA have indicated that this is the first agreement that FIFA will be approving, at least, of this kind. We're informed of that. We don't know that for sure. That was something that was communicated to us, and Barry, a host committee, may have some additional details or information about that, the first of its kind, because we know there's been other agreements out there in different forms that have been approved already. That is my summary. Appreciate your patience of the terms that have been negotiated. Interested in your input on that. Turn the podium back over to City Manager Grogan to talk about the capital improvement project.
Thank you very much.
All right, I will bring us home and keep us up. Stadium Authority capital projects, current status. Just want to note bowl and field modifications. We've talked about this a lot. You had a little primer on this the last time we were before you in August, but just want to touch on it one more time. Again, the field of play, which we often refer to here as the bowl, is set to undergo modifications to meet FIFA World Cup standards to the pitch, to enable a system where it can be quickly restored with demountable structures, and we have an image of that. Again, we noted estimated costs upwards of $25 million funded by the Bay Area Host Committee, not the Stadium Authority or the city. Just a quick diagram of that. The modifications are to the inner bowl. In red, you have the NFL dimensions for the current field, Levi Stadium, purposely built NFL field. However, to host FIFA games, we need a wider field of play that's represented by green. That's essentially pitched off by 4 quadrants of the stadium of seatings. And so there needs to be a modification to that to create what we call demountable steel structures that can be taken out, put back in place. And so designs have been submitted for that. Our stadium manager and Bay Area host have worked together and designed modifications. Permits have been submitted, permit fees have been paid, or permit fees have been calculated. Our process is you actually pay the permit fees when the permit is issued. And so this is a diagram, but what it essentially shows in the current form, that lower row of seats in the 4 quadrants is out of concrete. They will be demolished and remade in steel so that they can be demounted and the field of play enlarged to host games like this. So a little bit more details. The modifications involve the quadrants in the lower 100 level. It is demolition of 3 rows of seating in each section, also installation of ADA platforms and railing, and the addition of grow light outlets in the field. Importantly, this has long-term benefits for our stadium that the public owns, and so it allows not only for hosting future FIFA events, but also rugby tournaments or any events that have a larger or wider field of play. It adds to the long-term flexibility for other events requiring pitch adjustments. The project schedule is tight, hence Bay Area hosts did advance the design of these at significant risk and cost. And so they have been reviewed by both the stadium manager as well as staff. There have been bi-weekly meetings with the city and stadium authority representatives, permit fees, and essentially we're ready to proceed. Most importantly, want to get going right after the end of this current football season so that the improvements can be implemented and constructed to not impact our non-NFL event season. And so that they will be ready in 2026. Manco will, as the city attorney mentioned, responsible for implementation using private funding, must comply with all laws, indemnification, and then must not disrupt other stadium events. And so a lot of work has gone in to ensure that that occurs. Okay, next steps and staff recommendation. Very quickly, we have a few different next steps. So next steps following tonight's meeting. What are we going to do? We are going to provide additional information to the board and the public and a amended and restated addendum to the stadium agreement and host committee agreement. So as mentioned before, portions of the host committee or host city agreement will be redacted because we are not a party to that. There will be portions of this that will be unredacted. And then we will release the full language of the draft assignment and assumption agreement prior to the scheduled board action on January 28th. Of next year. And then we, again, are ready to issue the permits for the bowl improvements immediately thereafter. So the next steps for tonight is we will have council and board questions on the staff presentation, as is our normal process. We then will have a presentation by the Bay Area Host Committee, and then council and board questions of the Bay Area Host Committee, public comment, council and board deliberations, and then board action. Also noted earlier, we do have a representative from 49er entities, Jihad Beachman, in the room for any questions involving those entities. And the recommendations for you tonight are pretty simple. It's, as we've said before, provide input on the proposed terms, and then note and file the report, as you have done several times before. With that, the staff report is concluded. Thank you.
Thank you very much, City Manager, and everyone that presented this evening. We appreciate all this information. So we're going to start with our City Council questions. Councilmember Jane.
So it seems like the total costs should be between $45 and $50 million. of which that on slide 34, I think you indicated the preliminary public safety costs is 12.16 million, and then the field reconfiguration is about 25 million. What is the balance? Something like $13 million. What is covered by that balance to get to $50 million of total costs? And then there was a slide 40 talked about the 20% that is to be covered by the Stadium Authority for for expenses that are not covered by the host committees, revenue generation or fundraising. Is the bowl configuration included in what's called qualified event expenses? And I guess my last questions are, I know we have a history of, I think Bay FC had rented the youth soccer park a few months ago. Is it possible that we could charge rent from FIFA for use of the youth soccer park if they needed it? And then finally, just as, it's like, why are we doing this? So I think the city attorney said this is highly likely to be a net loss event. That's well known for Olympics and for these types of events. FIFA negotiates really hard. So why did we even start doing this? What was the motivation for even asking to have FIFA come here if we knew it was going to be a loss event? That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. I also wanted to make certain I understood that 20% obligation. That wasn't completely clear. Also, there was a comment about other cities have not. I'm a little confused. Are we the only, maybe we're the only publicly owned stadium because are other cities not involved? It seems like we're the ones asking for a lot of things and asking for a lot of information. And I'm wondering if that is unusual. It seems to be, we've gotten a lot of pushback over that. The safety perimeters. It sounds like we do know those safety perimeters. Before it was, I think, 100 feet. I'm wondering if we know that more now because that will drive a few other things, similar to even just the detour for the bicycle, because that may be within that safety perimeter, and I want to make certain we have handled some of those things correctly. When we mentioned asking for federal funds and asking for state funds, I wanted to make certain I understood completely and totally clear what can a council member do and what should they not do or say about any of those fundraising. And it sounded like it was the county that would be the one overseeing that fundraising. That was a little unusual. I wanted to make certain I understood that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
That was fast. Okay. Let me see. Go back here. I was looking up something else. Speaking of the county, and I was looking at a couple of other cities, and it looks like Miami was able to work with the Greater Miami Sports Commission, which is a host committee, a not-for-profit corporation related to the FIFA 26 World Cup matches, and actually able to get cash support in an amount not to exceed $21 million, and an amount of $25 million for in-kind services from certain county departments. And for public safety expenses, $3 million in matching funds, and that would that would be per game, because they're actually having 7 matches as well, like we are. So, so as I read this, and then hearing some of the discussion this evening, I wondered what, if possible, the Bay Area Host Committee, when you come up to discuss later on, can address that issue, and whether or not it's possible to approach the county for some funding like Miami did. Let me see, just go through my questions real fast here. Okay, so regarding the parameter of the field and how it's going to change, looking at the diagram, is this going to affect the field seats that are currently in the end zones? And let's see, Teamco. I never heard of Teamco. What makes up Teamco? I'd like to know. Let's see. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay. So, so if the city or stadium authority services are needed, Bay Area Host Committee must contract with them. So I just want to confirm whether or not that does or does not include public safety. Let's see. Okay, regarding the staff time and reimbursement and the time reclassification, why was that time not reclassified sooner? Let's see. Okay. Okay, summary of the key terms, slide 39. Bay Area reimbursement obligation applies even if qualified event expenses exceed updated cost estimates. So I'm wondering, will they still review those expenses, and do they have the right to refuse? Okay. Okay, and then regarding the reimbursement process, actual event expenses require advance payments of 50% by May 1st, yada, yada. What, my question is, what if they don't have sufficient funds at that time? Let's see. And then regarding Teamco, to guarantee the reimbursement obligation, will Teamco then challenge qualified event expenses? Is there the possibility of that happening? And then under equipment costs, equipment may be borrowed, leased, and or purchased with Bay Area Host reimbursing costs or keeping equipment. What kind of equipment are we talking about? Because I know there was discussion about the police department and fire department possibly borrowing, leasing, or purchasing equipment. Are we talking about the same equipment? So let's see. Okay. And then maybe there will be discussion about this, but I do have a concern about the MANCO is required to develop and implement an enhanced marketing plan for the 26-27 booking season, and to help address any lost revenues. Needless to say, I have a big concern about that because I know there's already a discretionary waiver allowing up to 5 additional events. But at the same time, is that waiver going to be amended again, modified, and adding in potentially more weekday events that is going to impact the neighborhoods? And okay, and then the comment that was made about Bay Area Host Committee and FIFA have indicated this would be the first agreement FIFA approves for the World Cup. I just want to confirm, are you talking about this being the first assignment and assumption agreement? I just want to get that qualified. And
And then regarding the demolition of the 3 rows in each section replaced by demountable steel structures, so how does that impact the SBL owners, the SBLs, the SBL owners, and potential revenue from non-NFL events and even NFL events? And that is all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you, staff, for putting in so much efforts and bringing this forward. City manager, all staff, city attorney, thank you for that. Some clarification, some questions. Naming rights, like Stadium Authority has the naming rights contract with Levi's, and I'm not sure, I know we have to, stadium has to be used exclusive use dates, basically. There's a period 30 days before and 1 week after. So will that be blocked for all of those dates? And if Levi's is not happy about it, that our signage is being blocked, who takes care of that? I know, I think City Attorney did touch, the Manco will be dealing with that, but I want to make sure Manco takes care of that full period, during period that advertisements are not displayed for Levi's naming rights as per the contract, basically. That's a clarification question. Opportunity cost for the stadium, like, again, the question is, are we blocking the stadium for whole of that exclusive use period, 30 days before and 7 days after the last game? And during that period, can Manco book smaller event, non-ticketed smaller event, which can be held inside the stadium, so that Stadium Authority has some potential to earn some money during that period? So that's my question. Can they hold some smaller events inside the stadium? Another question is, as mentioned by City Attorney and Councilmember Jain, these events worldwide, like Olympics or FIFA events, are loss-making events for the local, whosoever the organizers are, basically. But my question is, this will generate a lot of economic activity within the periphery of the stadium, within the city. So did we do any economic impacts, positive economic impact studies that this will bring this much revenue to our businesses, this much revenue as a sales tax revenue to the city, so that we get compensated with opportunity cost of not using the stadium in other ways, basically? So I didn't see any point of economic impact studies during this period. So I would love to see some of those numbers. My next question is pretty optimistic. Let's say a Bay Area Host Committee comes up with funding from outside sources, because we are in a Bay Area. We are trillion-dollar companies are here, basically, and they raise enough funds to surpass all our requirements. Would they be open to give us part of that as a lost revenue because of the opportunity cost, if they have a positive flow, basically? So we should be asking that if the revenue generation or donations by Bay Area Host Committee exceeds all the expenses, regular expenses, public safety expenses, we should be negotiating some part of that going to our opportunity cost of holding those, not holding those events in the stadium, basically. Same question is for the government funding. If the federal funding comes or state funding comes, how we utilize that into to make the stadium so that we still gain some money for opportunity cost, lost opportunity cost of not using the stadium during those days. There are certain aspects, I'll hold those comments because those are my, one more, yes. One more question I had was, in case the expenses go beyond Bay Area Host Committee, TEAMCO is obligated to fill in the gaps for us, basically. But there's a clause that we will be paying 20% of the payment through Stadium Authority. I want to find out is it the lower of 20% of the expenses left, or the 20% of the surcharge amount, basically? Let's say, just like city attorney mentioned, the $4 million is, let's say, overhead, right? And they have to pay that. So 800,000 comes to the stadium authority to pay out of that. 20% of the 4 million is 800K. But if the percentage of surcharge is only 600, is stadium authority obligation only 600,000 or 800,000? Is our obligation lower of the two? I just want to confirm that, basically. And there was a convention center booking, like we will be holding the convention center for Bay Area Host Committee booking till April 1st, 2025. Is that hold on full period of exclusive use period, or that hold is only for the game days period? I just want some clarification so that our convention center holds that properly. We don't overhold the convention center if we have opportunity to book that during that period. So these are my questions. I'll hold on general comment for later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane. Did you go already, or did you have additional? Go ahead.
Questions. I just wanted to maybe understand, probably for the public, the pre-planning expenses for the non-SCSA personnel was about $24,000. If that is paid from the stadium authority, does that violate Measure J? I don't believe it is, because it's not coming from the city's general fund. It's coming from stadium authority. So I just wanted to understand for the public that even if we paid that, it didn't get reimbursed from government contracts or grants, then that is still within Measure J. And then the second is, I know we've talked about this for years, does the stadium authority or the city have any access to tickets before they go on sale to the general public? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Park.
Thank you. So I have some of the same questions. Some of them I think that are already clarified in the presentation, but it'd be nice to hear some of the other answers. The question, slide 37, stadium authority surcharge revenues above and beyond indirect benefits economic activity. Other people have asked about this a little bit, but my question is, how are our specific plans for surcharge revenues and direct benefits coming along, and when can they be shared? Is there any way to estimate or get an estimate when all is said and done of how the city could have increased its revenue or increased its benefits from a built-out entertainment district or area across from the stadium? Slide 45, I believe Councilmember, our Stadium Authority member, Watanabe touched on this a bit, but it says this will be the first agreement FIFA approves for the FIFA World Cup 2026. And is there a way for us to revisit terms if newer agreements are more favorable? I mean, I know this happens all the time. We had an issue with below market rents where people were given contracts, and the contracts 6 months later were much better. And is there a way to revisit based on newer contracts? Reimbursement terms, I looked at that. The obligation limits the maximum amount of eligible costs to be paid to $150K. And there's other things that say, well, even if the estimates are exceeded, this could be for pre-planning, but if the costs are exceeded, they would be reimbursed, which is why I thought that the maximum amount of eligible costs clause in there was interesting. With respect to CMD 136, how will not limited to items be determined or added to reimbursement schedules? It seems like there would be two parties, in-house resource or finance department, but I would think that some of the terms would require external agreement. I don't know if that's true. And if there are limits on updates, I mean, I was told that the city manager is, or the office is responsible for monthly reviews, but is there a statute of limitations for reimbursement items? I would think that because we are dealing with external entities that have their own schedules, that, we would be driven by some of their schedules, and I'm concerned about being able to give timely updates. I don't know if the city has anything to say about that. I had a question about if we are not in deficit and other entities are, is there a way to share part of our estimated revenues? And we talked in slide 40 about Stadium Authority would have obligation to contribute lesser of 20% of payment obligation or percentage of surcharge revenues actually received, which is essentially a contribution to the Stadium Authority. And I think some people have asked for clarification on that, but I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. A member of the public had submitted a lot of questions, and so I'm just going to go through them quickly because they are relevant, very relevant questions. If the city is projecting that the Bay Area Host Committee will have to pay $12 million and the rent is expected to be 13.5, why would we hand the rent over to Bay Area Host and then have to invoice them to get it back through a convoluted approval process subject to a third-party decision-making? Why not put the rent into an escrow account that the city can draw on to directly reimburse itself for expenses that it deems in its sole discretion to be necessary to avoid violation of Measure J? Why are the city's costs being limited to just public safety costs? Where are the administrative and overhead costs? Why has staff not complied with council direction and Measure J to reimbursement of their time for work on World Cup and Super Bowl? Doesn't failure to capture these expenditures constitute a subsidy by the Stadium Authority to the 49ers? Why did staff continue to work on projects without receiving full reimbursement? Where will Bay Area Host Committee get the rest of the $45 to $50 million? And if the staff is asking the board to approve the expenditure of stadium funds, past or present or future, toward any of these events, why? And finally, what is the Stadium Authority's expected return on investment on these expenditures? And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I had a few questions. First of all, thank you, staff, for getting this information. I was one of the two council members that didn't sign the non-disclosure agreements to look at the documents because I felt it wasn't appropriate to do that, that it's my responsibility to be able to talk to the public about both Super Bowl and World Cup. So I appreciate at least getting some information, not all the information, but I did go to the website in the city of Seattle because they took all of the documents and put them out for the public to look at. And looks like at least one of the agreements is identical to the one we have with no redactions and some other things. So I was able to get some information from Seattle, Vancouver, Toronto, Dallas, Miami, and New York. And it is quite interesting, but one of the first things I'm asking is that it looks like our staff has presented the total cost of the event to be like 50 million, and we have 6 games. So looking at the cost was a little over 12 million from public safety and other things, which is about $2 million a game, if I'm reading this correctly, which seems really, really low to me. So I just wanted to say Vancouver, they have 5 matches, and they thought they had 5 matches. They found out they have 2 more. But when they did their estimates for their 5 matches, they had a total cost of $230 million for 5 matches. And granted, there's some things that they're doing that we're not doing, like Fan Fest and some other things, but they had 73 million for security, 40 million for venues, I don't know what that is, 15 million for host city office, administration and volunteer services, 14 million for traffic stadium zone management, 8 million for decorations and brand protection, 8 million for insurance, and 52 million in contingency. So I want to ask, why is ours seems very low compared to that? And then Toronto, first in 2018, they thought they were going to spend 30 to 45 million. They have 6 games, and they're now up to 380 million. So, I think there's just a huge disparity there. So I want to know what, what's the realistic number? What will this cost, for all of our costs to put this forward? So I just feel like that 12 million is super, super low. I mean, it'd be nice if that's what it is, but it doesn't seem realistic at all. So one of my questions is, where's the agreement? We still don't have the agreement, and my real job is real estate and the devil's in the details. So where is the agreement? You've given us like major, areas of the agreement, but we still don't have an agreement to look at. And I know that we have 2 new council members that will be joining us, and you're going to give us an agreement like a Friday to make a decision on a Tuesday. We need it way in advance, because I think there's a lot of things that I was hoping to see in the agreement, not just the major categories. So that's important. Where's the agreement? The Bay Area Host Committee is a nonprofit organization with no assets. So we are going to transfer our interest to the Bay Area Host Committee, an organization that has no assets. So what type of security are we going to get in return for doing that to make sure that these costs can be paid for? I know in the last meeting we talked about letter of credit, escrow account, putting the money, all the money in the escrow account, something like that. I know later on you said that this Teamco, whatever entity that is, I assume it's the 49ers, will guarantee, but what does that guarantee agreement look like? How does our public know? How are we assured that we're going to be paid back? Because we don't want to put all this effort out and city and public resources without knowing that we have some security instrument that we can rely on, that we're going to get paid back. So I didn't see a security instrument in here anywhere. All the costs, I know they talked about in other cities, they talked about host cities, offices. Are we going to have to provide something in the city of Santa Clara for the host office? I don't know. So that's a question I have, because I think it was Vancouver had that at 15 million. So that's could be a big item. Insurance costs. In these agreements, it says that insurance had to be in place 2 years in advance. And again, Vancouver had that down as $8 million. I wanted to know where that is and make sure that, that's being paid for by the Bay Area Host Committee or Teamco. Let's see. The $6 fee, well, before I go there, let me talk about what we've done in the past and what this reimbursement process looks like to me right now. So I was here for both Super Bowl 50 and the college championships, and our Super Bowl 50 government services agreement is 9 pages, and our assignment and assumption agreement for the College Bowl is 4 pages. And basically, they both say, this, we're going to assign to Bay Area Host Committee. They're going to pay for it, but they're going to pay us in advance and make sure that they cover the aggregate amount of what it's going to be. We will give them a bill. They pay us within, I think one of them was 15 days, the other was 30 days, and that's it. And they don't get service unless we're paid. We don't give them any public service unless we are paid for the public service or have security that we know that that public service is going to be paid for. Because as was pointed out, this is a money-losing event for our stadium authority and for our city. So we want to make sure, it's important that we get all of our money costs repaid. So looking at this reimbursement process, I want to know what is a qualified expense and what is an unqualified expense. So I don't know what that is, because if we are expending our staff time and resources, our public resources, for an event, that's an expense. So I don't know why we have this qualified or unqualified, and why would we have the third-party Bay Area Host Committee determining whether or not our expenses are appropriate? There are city expenses. We're putting out public money. We have the expectation that we will be reimbursed. So this reimbursement process that you described is nothing like I've ever seen. It's mind-numbing, it's cumbersome, and it will paralyze our staff if we have to argue over every invoice. It will paralyze our staff. We are a small city. We can't afford to take the time to do that. When we spend money, we need to have it reimbursed. So that has to change. We just can't afford to do that. And I don't know why that's in there. So I want to know what's qualified and what's unqualified. So this whole TeamCo that they're going to guarantee payments that maybe the Bay Area Host Committee cannot cover. So what does their guarantee agreement look like? What security do we have? What collateral do we have for that agreement? And it seems like the surcharge revenues, that $6 per ticket, that may generate $1.8 million to $2.2 million. I think that was the estimate. And the monies would go directly into the stadium authority, of which, if we're spending general fund money, the general fund needs to be reimbursed, not the stadium authority. They're two separate entities, and the general fund, we don't have access to the stadium authority monies. So if we are spending money in the general fund, the Measure J says the general fund needs to be reimbursed. Stadium authority, if it goes in the discretionary fund, we already know we can't get money out of that discretionary fund, even though the agreement says we can, without everyone agreeing. And if it goes in the general revenues from the stadium authority, I mean, that money is used to pay for security at football games. So we won't see that money. So that if that $6 per ticket surcharge actually generates revenue, it should go to the general fund. I don't know anything. You said that no sales tax, and I assume TOT, our hotel tax, and other fees, our youth fee, the 35 cents a ticket, the $4 a ticket. We're not waiving anything else. I just wanted to verify that we're not waiving anything. The money for the improvements, also, that project shouldn't start until we know that money is there, and the money is put in an escrow account, or we have some sort of security on that money to improve the bowl at the stadium. And I want to know how many private suites there are in the stadium, because I think in exchange for us handing over the lease money that FIFA will designate for the stadium, one of the things you mentioned was that the Bay Area Host Committee and Manco and the 49ers, and to me they're all the same entity, that they have the ability to sell the suites. And that's fine, because I heard the suites are going to go for a lot of money. So I wanted to know how many suites we had, private suites in the stadium. Let's see. All right. One other thing I read in the Seattle agreements were that the costs for utilities in the stadium, like electric and water and everything else, was not going to be paid for by FIFA or anyone that it would be paid for. I want to know who's going to pay for that. And when we say all costs for the stadium, if we hand it over, we mean everything, including utilities as well. Okay. I think Councilmember Watanabe asked this, how will the demolition and removal of the seats affect our seat license payments and money that we use those payments to repay our stadium loan? So how will that affect us? Let's see. Conflicts of interest. I didn't really see in any of these how the conflict of interest issue was addressed, and or if it was addressed at all, because we had Al Guido signing for Manco and the Stadium Authority and also the Bay Area Host Committee. Is he also going to sign for Teamco? I mean, how are we handling the conflicts of interest, and how do we know that the public's interest is going to take precedent over the team's interest, with Al Guido signing for almost every entity? And I think those are my questions for now. City staff, do you want some time? Oh, Councilmember Chahal, you have more questions?
Thank you, Mayor. One follow-up question, Mayor touched about SBL 50 contracts, basically, and college football assignment and assumption contracts, agreements. When we come back next time, I would like to see major differences between these three, like the contract proposal for FIFA versus SBL 50 and college football contract we had, basically assignment and assumption agreement for college football. What are the major differences between those?
Staff, would you like time? I know we gave you 100 questions.
Just 16 pages of notes, but I think we're ready. And so we will read off the questions that we have, and then someone on the city's team would respond. I do think a number of your questions relate to either Bay Area Host Committee or the 49ers. I think for those that relate to the Bay Area Host Committee, it would be most appropriate to wait until they present, and then they can address those questions. For some of those that relate to the 49er entities, I think they're directly related to the presentation that staff provided. So we may ask Jihad Beachman to come up and provide a response. And so I will sort of field the questions and then toss them to others. So first, beginning with Councilmember Jane. Councilmember Jane asked, what was the balance of cost? You mentioned a number of numbers that make up the 45 to 50 million. I think the number that you weren't capturing was the roughly $15 million in operational costs, because there's a 25 million bowl improvements, just under 13 million in estimated public safety costs, and then I believe it's roughly 12 to 15 million in operational expenses.
Yeah, and just to add to that's right. There's provisions in both the stadium agreement and the addendum for what the basic services are that Bay Area Host Committee is obligated, to provide in connection with putting on the events, and that's what they get paid the variable rent fee for. So it's anywhere from 12 to 15. I think is good. Their current projection is close to what the variable rent fee would be. So in the $13 to $15 million range.
Okay.
And we're not going to stop in between questions.
Fair. So the next question was with regard to the soccer park. Can we charge rent for the soccer park? Absolutely, we can. And in our affirmative presentation, we noticed that there would be no subsidy of city costs to utilize any facilities. And so should there be a request to use the youth soccer park or anything, the city retains full discretion, and then we would charge appropriately. There was a question also by Councilmember Jane, summed up mostly as, why are we doing this? If we know that it's going to be a loss, sort of why are we here today? I'll let the city attorney chime in. Mainly, a bid was put in. there was a letter of support for that bid, and Manco, our operator, submitted a bid. And so we are here because our operator put in a bid for the Stadium Authority to host a very significant non-NFL event. And what we've largely been grappling with is, what does that mean for the Stadium Authority? What does that mean for the city? How do we mitigate costs? Recognizing that it is a very popular international event that will bring significant commerce, not just to the city of Santa Clara, but the region. But we want to support that, but we don't want to do it at the detriment of any public agency. And so that's really why we're here. And important note about acquiring documents, it's important to note that we really didn't acquire the documents we needed for this negotiation until late last year, right? And so it wasn't really until October, November, December that we started the process of truly negotiating. A lot of that sort of what we call pre-planning work was understanding what is and working to acquire the necessary documents even to sit at the table. And I don't see any additional from the city attorney, so we'll keep rolling. I'll toss this one to the city attorney. It was from Councilmember Karen Hardy with regard to the 20% obligation and the structure of that. And I know that that was raised by a number of other of her colleagues as well.
And are you referring to the Stadium Authority surcharge contribution to the guarantee obligation? Yeah, the structure that's currently proposed in the guarantee, and this gets at Member Chahal's question, and I think all of you had a question about this, has them guaranteeing, the entire, qualified expense reimbursement amount, but subject to a contribution by the Stadium Authority of surcharge revenues. The current terms provide for a contribution of the lesser of 20% of what the qualified event expense would be, or actual surcharge revenues received. We're working on negotiating that to have it be something less than 100% of the actual surcharge revenues received, so that we potentially receive surcharge revenues, no matter what. But the formula is the lesser of 20% of the contribution amount. So we'll never have to contribute money above and beyond surcharge revenues generated.
Okay. A next question was in regard to what other cities are doing. I think the mayor asked a series of questions about that, so I'll pause and come back to that. Again, Council Member Hardy asked a question with regard to security perimeters. You mentioned 100 feet. I'll just say in this public forum, the security perimeter is more than 100 feet. But what exactly the perimeter will be is really a to be determined. Weighs into a lot of factors, right? There's some safety analysis that is still ongoing. There's also requirements for FIFA and the Bay Area Host Committee about where certain things will be hosted. I know we're familiar with the Super Bowl and things being hosted in the parking lot. Things may be hosted at the convention center. Those site-specific plans are still being worked out, and so the precise size of the perimeter is not known. But absolutely, there will be detours of our bike and our Creek Trail, as well as potentially VTA, and we know the detours that happen with Super Bowl 50. There was also a question by Councilmember Hardy about state and federal funds, sort of what can council members do or not do. Certainly contacting our regional and state elected officials in support of state and federal money for FIFA World Cup is really important. I know you know that as a city manager, I've been active. I recently testified at a Senate hearing for public safety with regard to seeking state funds for public safety. Took a trip to DC with the mayor, had a number of meetings on Capitol Hill, as well as a lot of work with the Bay Area Host Committee and their lobbyists. There's a package that has already been submitted to both the state and federal government for hundreds of millions of dollars to support all of California, but also all across the country. And so know that a lot of work is being done both on the city's behalf and Bay Area Host Committees, as well as our lobbyist, Townsend, is very active and fully aware and dovetailed with all the efforts that are going on. There was a comment with regard to the county overseeing fundraising or funds going to the county. I think that deserves a little clarification. So the Bay Area Host Committee has a number of requirements that the city does not have. We'll come back to that. And the Bay Area Host Committee has the chief fundraising role, and I know Zaleen Jan Mohammed will talk about that. The county has a number of costs. The Bay Area Host Committee has partnered with Santa Clara County or has had conversations with Santa Clara County for Santa Clara County potentially to be the holder of funds. As you know, we own and have Levi Stadium, but this event is across the entire Bay Area. It involves transit agencies, it involves state agencies, neighboring cities. We are sitting here tonight really talking about the cost for the city, but oh my gosh, that's not the full cost of this event, right? And so when I get to some of the mayor's questions, I'll articulate that because certainly there are a lot more costs that the Bay Area Host Committee will have to bear for this, but we are only talking about the Santa Clara cost here. And so partnering with the county so that monies can be distributed broad and wide in partnership with the Bay Area Host Committee is what the Bay Area Host Committee is working on with the county. I will note we are seeking in our lobbying for a direct earmark or allocation to Santa Clara because we do believe that that is important, that if there are state or federal dollars that we have an earmark to Santa Clara, that way we have more assurances that monies that the Bay Area Host Committee receives will go to support us. And as you know, Senator Aisha Wahab has mentioned that very publicly, even at that state hearing. So Councilmember Watanabe asked about the county and mentioned Miami and Miami noting that they are providing money to the games that are happening in Miami and has figures of $300 million for matches, and the mayor mentioned some larger figures as well. Important. Let's just pause on this point because it's a little bit of a misunderstanding, and I want to make sure that the mayor and the council have a full understanding that the Bay Area Host Committee is going to bear cost across the entire Bay Area with training camps, their offices. They have offices set up. They're not in Santa Clara. Those are really host city requirements. Have nothing to do with the city of Santa Clara or the Stadium Authority. And certainly the costs that we're talking about, right, the $12 million in estimated public safety costs or the total somewhere between 45 to 50 million for Santa Clara is only but a portion of their larger cost structure. So that's why when you're looking at agreements across the country or even in Vancouver, Canada, you're looking at host city obligations, not the similar obligations like we have. It's also important to note that the Bay Area is different. It's more regional, right? When you have these other cities where the stadium, the Fan Fest events, and the team, it may all be in one city, right? That's not our structure, right? We're across the entire Bay Area. Again, not our role, Bay Area Host Committee's role, and they'll talk about that. But that's really why when you do Google searches and you're seeing information and agreements, the context is vastly different. Field modifications, will they affect our seats? Important to note about that, when we say that they're demountable, what that means is they will have zero effect on our NFL events or other non-NFL events because they'll be put back in place, right? So the modifications that are planned will be able to be removed to enlarge the field of play for events that require it, like rugby and FIFA, but yet when we have our regular events, they'll be put back in place and restored. And I actually think in the final analysis, there is, I don't want to say the number, but I know that what comes to mind is like 3 ADA seats being impacted and relocated, but let us get you additional details on that because how the precise designs are, it can be restored, and there's some ins and outs that I just don't want to quote because I'm going to get it wrong on the record, and we'll make sure we get that right and correct in writing. Next, what makes up TeamCo? Okay, it's a term that I think we've talked about before, but it is being talked about more here tonight. TeamCo is really the legal entity behind most of the 49ers operations, and so why don't I invite Jihad Beachman up to talk a little bit about what TeamCo is as an entity, and Jihad, you should give your title and what you do.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for having me. Jihad Beachman, Executive Vice President and General Counsel of the San Francisco 49ers, which does include Teamco, Manco, and Stadco. So I'll give you a quick breakdown of how those three entities work and are operated. So for Teamco is typically what you think of when you think of the San Francisco 49ers. So the operation of our football team. So our football team, our players, coaches, scouts, myself, we're all employees of Teamco. That's basically the operation of the team itself, the business of running a football team. That is a separate entity to Stadco, which is the tenant of the stadium. So you guys, as the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, have an agreement with Stadco, who is your tenant, and then we have a sublease in place with Teamco for them to play our games at the stadium. But Stadco is the actual tenant of the stadium that we have there, and we're responsible for the signage and some other things, including some of the suites that Stadco is responsible for as part of that. Now, Manco is your stadium manager, and stadium manager operates the business on behalf of both Stadco and the Stadium Authority. So those three entities, Teamco, Stadco, Manco. Teamco is the one that you typically would think of when you think of the San Francisco 49ers, and is the entity that would be providing the guarantee in a similar respect that was done for the CFP agreement back in 2019. So Teamco was the entity that did it then. Teamco will be the entity that will be involved for the World Cup this year.
CPF being college.
College football playoff back in 2019 when that game was hosted here, and Teamco had a similar guarantee for that event as well, and will do so for this FIFA World Cup with the structure that we've talked about here tonight that's still being negotiated to the final points, but we're hopeful to have done in time for the upcoming meeting in January of next year.
Thank you.
Okay. Next question was from Councilmember Watanabe, just a clarification on how the Bay Area Host Committee will contract for staff time and reimbursement. So also connected to other questions that were asked simply about our invoicing process. Important.
I'm sorry, one thing, since I have the assignment agreement, is 49ers Football Company LLC, Teamco? That's the same 49, okay, thank you.
He nodded his head, yes. Okay. A number of questions simply around the invoicing practice and how that the process is going and how staff time will be allocated. Let me say, boy, was it an effort for staff to undertake sort of a full comprehensive understanding around what's happened from 2017 on forward. And work with the Bay Area Host Committee that, as a nonprofit entity, I'll say, had some questions about what costs would be charged to them, how they would be allocated, wanting to be sure that we were only going to charge them for the costs associated with them putting on the games. And so we went back, and I think at one of our meetings, council asked, hey, how are you tracking costs? Go back and look. And so we went back and we re-looked at the guidance that staff had, and you know what? We improved upon what was done in 2017. And so we re-clarified the city manager's directive. We created new payroll codes, one wanting to align with requirements to not have a very complicated process of we're submitting an invoice and they have questions because it's not clear, right? If you spent 5 hours on pre-planning for a security perimeter, wanting to make sure that that was detailed enough up front that we didn't have those follow-up questions. And sometimes, with IT and systems, it's garbage in, garbage out. And if you're not doing it right on the front end, it's sometimes hard to recreate it on the back end. And so it was a very valuable exercise for us that we went through. And as Assistant City Manager Baker noted, we've had 3 invoices paid. The first tranche had some questions, and the second tranche went fine. And so we are comfortable in these planning expenses that we will be able to invoice and have a deliberative process, but seek payment. And that's frankly why we did a interim funding agreement to test it out, right? Sort of trust but verify as we were negotiating the agreement. Next, qualified event expenses, sort of what's qualified and what's, actually this question was, does the Bay Area Host Committee have a right to refuse a qualified expense? And then there was another question about what's a qualified expense. And so I see the city attorney coming to the mic, so I'll toss it to him.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. And thanks for the questions. The the specific question, Member Watanabe, I think you asked is, do they have a right to refuse, a request for reimbursement if the amounts exceed what the estimated costs are? And the answer is no. They do not have a basis to refuse just because the amounts exceed the estimated costs. They would have an opportunity to dispute an amount if it's not, in fact, a qualified event expense. And there's a dispute procedure that goes into that. That would be resolved under the current draft of the agreement by a binding mediation process. There's two potential processes for that. As I described with respect to the planning event costs, pre-event, if there's if disputed amounts exceed 50K, they first of all got to set aside any disputed amount. If it exceeds 50K, it needs to be put into a dispute escrow. And if it exceeds 200K, then there's an expedited, dispute resolution procedure, but not based on, so they have a dispute right, not based on exceeding estimated costs, but based on not being a qualified event expense. So, Madam Mayor, you'll see when the final agreement comes, how qualified event expenses are defined.
Tell us now what that is, a qualified event.
I don't have all the language in front of me because there's some detailed exhibits, that are being worked out. But I can tell you, qualified event expenses, at least generally described, are any city or stadium authority expenses occurred in connection with providing the World Cup support services. And World Cup support services are public safety and related support services in connection with the World Cup stadium event activities in and around the stadium as set forth in this agreement. And those are detailed as meaning event planning and training expenses, actual event expenses incurred by the stadium in connection with the provision of public safety, traffic management, and related services in and around the stadium, and required equipment expenses that are described in some detail, and then miscellaneous or unexpected expenses not included above, but that are reasonably related to the World Cup Stadium event services. There's going to be exhibits that provide much more detailed descriptions of this. Madam Mayor, we're working with all of the departments that provide these services.
Right, it just says, it sounds like you just said public safety, but we're a lot more than just public safety.
And I didn't, and there is a lot more than that. It's public safety, transportation, and other event-related services. So
management, administration.
no, it's not.
Public Works,
It would be public. It would be Public
everybody.
Works involved in transportation, and it would be any of those that are providing support for specific event-related services. But I'll turn over to the city manager to expound a little bit on the
This
concept
is what I talked
of
about, the
overhead.
devil in the details. This
Yeah,
is
no,
what
you're absolutely right, Mayor.
That's why we need that agreement. I wish we had that tonight.
Mayor, I wish you did too. That was the intent. And when you say you clearly want it well before your decision-making, you absolutely will get it well before the decision-making, as far in advance as possible, and not just out with the staff report. But if you want to talk about the overhead issue, and then I can expand.
Sure. I was going to talk about the overhead issue, but also say, when we say public safety costs, it's the same term that's defined in our agreements with the 49ers for NFL and non-NFL events. When we say public safety and you receive reports on the Stadium Authority for public safety costs per game, that includes traffic, transportation, public works. That's essentially the services that the city is providing, public safety related to the event. It's not just police and fire, and it's defined in our various agreements.
And consistent with what we're getting reimbursement for now, both under the terms of our relationship with Stadco and through with the Stadium Authority itself for non-NFL events.
Right. Yeah.
That is what it is.
And so what would not, an example of a non-qualified event cost would be corporate management, sort of my time or Glenn's time, right? Because a portion of our salaries are budgeted to the Stadium Authority for general management and administration of the Stadium Authority. And so our time would not go on an invoice to Barry Host Committee as a qualified event expense. That's an example.
One additional detail, though, to provide, though, as you're aware, built into the rates that are billed is a full cost recovery, factor, and so
That's true.
There's
an overhead model.
So when an hour is billed, Madam Mayor and Council, there is a factor for what it costs to support, that person. So indirectly, administrative and support of staff time with respect to this event that is billed does include a built-in full cost recovery feature for overhead in support of those hours.
No, and that's actually a great point, and we talked about that point, and that was part of the reason why it's not a qualified event cost is because we did not want to double count, right? Charge for it in overhead and charge for it as a direct cost. Okay, going on to additional questions, there was a question with regard to the draft agreement for prepayment. Bay Area Host Committee, what if the prepayment of funds leading up to direct event costs if they do not have the money?
Yeah, so, and I think, Member Watanabe, that was you as well, posing that question. So, under the agreement, if in fact those amounts, are not paid at the time of the advance payment, that payment would be in default and would start to accrue interest at 1.25%. In addition, the guarantor would have the right but not the obligation to make that payment, at that time to avoid the interest charges, because under the guarantee, under the current negotiated terms, that will also get to you soon at the same time in advance of your decision on it. They will also be responsible for any interest costs, associated with a failure to pay qualified event expenses. So that's the current, structure for it. It triggers a penalty, kind of a penalty interest rate. And opportunity for the guarantor to cure, that payment so they don't have to bear the cost at the end.
Okay, City Attorney, I'm going to toss this one to you as well. Can Team Co challenge event expenses if they're the backup? And, I know it follows Bay Area Host, but go ahead.
Yeah, this is a detail that still needs to work, to be worked out, in the guarantee agreement. But the current terms don't have Team Co able to challenge themselves the qualified event expense. They owe the qualified event expense if it's due and payable. But if the part of the if there is a disputed amount as part of the reconciliation, process, they would not have to pay the disputed amount. So in other words, if someone asserts an argument that there's not a qualified, a request for reimbursement was not a qualified event expense, that would not be part of their guarantee obligation because it would be determined in the reconciliation process at the end, either through mediation or arbitration, what amount is actually owed.
Okay, the next question was what type of expenses, what type of equipment make up the $400,000 and have been negotiated. And so there is a list. It includes things like facilities for a temporary RV parking facility. I know the council and members of the public will remember for Super Bowl 50, there was almost a temporary village for public safety, visiting public safety, and current staff public safety that were needed to be on site for days at a time. And so that includes temporary power, temporary fencing, mobile vehicle fueling for various agencies, rented light towers, and administration trailers, right? One of the things that was talked about is Bay Area Host Committee wanted to make sure that we weren't going to buy permanent trailers and then use them. But if we needed them for the event and it was a true cost, what was the most cost-effective way to procure that equipment? And so we looked at what's the cost to buy, what's the cost to use, how long will they be utilized? And as you can imagine, at the rate sometimes you pay renting something for 30 days, sometimes depending on the equipment, you may want to buy it. And so we did a detailed analysis of that and feel comfortable with where we landed, and we'll continue to refine those costs because some of those costs we marked as a TBD, knowing that closer to the date, we're going to have to go out and get the current market cost. Question with regard to Manco with regard to their enhanced marketing plan requirement. There was concern that Manco would not be able to do that, as well as a concern with regard to any potential increase in weekday concerts. As we all know, there are 5 weekday concerts that are allowed. I do have Jihad Beachman, so I'm going to call him up to discuss both those questions, as well as Jihad, I'm going to ask you to talk a little bit about opportunity cost and the structure thereabout, because it relates to the marketing plan.
Yeah, so Jihad Beachman. So I think the first thing I'll address there is the idea of there being a shift in 2026 to more weekday events. It is not our expectation that there will be a need for more than those 5 days. And in any case, we don't expect to have any modification to the rule as it's in place. So if, for whatever reason, there are a plethora of days in 2026 where there will be weekday events, we would therefore have to come back to the council at that point to seek additional days. We don't, at this point, expect that to happen, but should that be the case, we would do that in 2026. As it relates to the opportunity cost for that year, it's still quite a bit away. So right now, we're in the process of booking events for the 2025 season. We have not started the process for the 2026 season yet. What we're hearing in the market right now is that FIFA is taking place at the 11 largest venues in the country. That a lot of the events that would have been taking place during that period of time, let's say concerts, just won't be occurring during that time period in 2026. So if you have a concert that's looking at nationwide concert, when you don't have the 11 typically most profitable events, venues available during that time period, you're going to push your concert either to earlier in 2025 or later in 2026 or even to 2027. So the expectation is that you're not going to see a lot of large touring acts that will be doing stadium tours during that time period because the 11 largest markets will be taken up by this World Cup. We're going to do our best during that time period to try to, we'll actually be one of the venues that's available the soonest after World Cup. So our last event game is on July 1st in 2026. So we'll actually be an attractive venue for artists that are potentially looking to tour after the World Cup is done, because we'll actually be one of the first venues that'll be available of those 11 to host those acts. Typically what we've seen in the past few summers is that our events are made up of concerts and soccer. It's unlikely that there will be stadium soccer events going on other than World Cup events at that time. So the opportunity cost from soccer events during that period, if we weren't to host the World Cup, there just really wouldn't be other soccer events because all of the main attraction players are going to be playing in the World Cup there. So we're still coming up with, and we're working with some of our people who really focus on this to come up with ideas as to how we either shift or be able to use the spaces for catered events or other things like that during the period, working with FIFA on those. But we really do believe that from a concert perspective that there will be very limited opportunity costs. And from a soccer perspective, there just really won't be any other events that'll be available during that time period. And, we'll come with that marketing plan ahead of that 26th season with the ideas that we've come up with in terms of working with FIFA on the catered events and trying to maximize the time period in the fall after the World Cup is done to have some of those concerts and other events occur in July and August. But that's what we're looking at this point in time. And I think those were the questions that...
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Jihad, don't go far. I think just to add on to that, council or board, you will have to approve or get to approve the marketing plan, so know that that will come back to you. In addition, we're having preliminary conversations about potentially shortening the exclusive period on the after July 1st, and so a lot of conversations, sort of, how soon can FIFA really get out so we can put on additional non-NFL events. But there was another question with regard to the bowl improvements and the demolition of structures and the impact on SBL holders.
Yep,
and I'll toss to you.
Yeah, I'm happy to cover that as well. So with the way that the bowl improvements have been structured is that the rebuild will allow us to have the same number of SBLs before and after. So there aren't going to need to be, I know that there was plans at one point where there could potentially be some removal of SBLs. That will not be the case. There's the ability to maintain the level of SBLs at the stadium, including no impact on the field seats. So if you look at the diagrams that have been provided, it really is just the corners of the stadium that are going to be impacted. And so those seats will be replaced with what has been described in those papers, but there will be a one-for-one match for SBLs in those areas, but it won't impact those field seat areas in terms of the number of SBLs that can be provided in those areas as well. So those field seats will be maintained, and they've been sold quite thoroughly, and so the SBLs will not need to be refunded or anything like that.
And in addition, staff let me know that there will be a net gain of 4 wheelchair seats and 4 companion ADA seats as a part of the modifications, but we'll still follow up with detailed numbers on all the modifications for you. Okay, with that, I think we're good. Jihad. There was a question with regard to, is this the first assignment and assumption agreement that FIFA has completed? That is our understanding. We will allow Bay Area Host Committee to discuss that when they come up. Next, we're on to questions by Council Member Raj Jahal with regard to the naming rights. Does anything amend our naming rights, and who's responsible if the Levi's sign, if Levi's is not satisfied with what FIFA asked for? I'll turn that over to our city attorney.
Yes, and I may ask Mr. Beachman to come back up again to expand with his understanding of this. That is a responsibility of Manco and their administration of that agreement to obtain necessary approvals from Levi's. There are provisions already built into that agreement that Jihad can expand upon that contemplate these types of events and the potential need for them to surrender, their rights. And the extent of approval depends upon the impact and the kind of event. So I'll turn it over to Jihad to expand on that.
Yeah, I'll just speak briefly to that agreement. So the naming rights signage agreement is structured in a way that allows flexibility for these types of events. It was contemplated when this deal was originally done that there could be an event promoter that would come into the building that would require that some signage be covered up. So, just to give an example, we are a Pepsi building, and if there was a tour that was the Coca-Cola tour, a lot of our deals have a provision in there that allows for that coverage to occur. So that type of a provision exists in the stadium agreement or in the naming rights agreement for Levi's that allows for an international level events for there to be the ability to cover up signage in the event that the promoter requires it. So while the 49ers or the Stadium Authority themselves couldn't require that the naming rights signage be covered up, if a promoter comes in and has a stipulation of the event that the signage required to be covered as a response to that promoter, that in that case that the signage could be covered up, and that is contemplated in the agreement itself.
Thank you.
Perfect. There were a number of questions on opportunity costs that we've addressed, so we're going to skip those. There was a question about economic activity and analysis for our businesses. I know in particular the Bay Area Host Committee has conducted economic analysis and has that as a part of their presentation, so we will address that there. Next, can we use government money for opportunity costs? Certainly if the state or feds give us money to cover opportunity costs, should we actually have an opportunity cost loss? However, I will say in all the conversations that I've had, both at the federal and state level, and I think the Bay Area Host Committee is having, our state and federal legislators are first and foremost want to make sure that public safety is covered across the Bay Area, in particular in Santa Clara County, because we will be hosting the games. And so I know that that's their number one priority. There was another question about the 20% surcharge, but we've, I think, fully addressed that. And then a question about the convention center and holding reservations until April, a subject of significant discussion. Right now, the Bay Area Host Committee does have a temporary hold on the entire convention center from May 1st to June 15th. They do have until April 1 to solidify that. Why have we given them till April 1? One, we've had detailed conversations with our convention center management, OVG. They're comfortable that that is a date that will allow them to remarket the facility. In addition, Bay Area Host Committee is working with FIFA and their current plans to determine what exactly they will put at the convention center. That really matters because the rental charge is one thing, the F&B or food and beverage is a whole nother, oftentimes more significant revenue. And so as they make those plans for what their full usage will be, they have until April 1st to do that. And so we're working very closely with OVG and they are comfortable with the April 1 date.
Just to add to that, too, you had a specific question about the nature of their hold and the duration of their hold. It does relate to the entire exclusive use period. So if they wanted to, we will hold for them for the entire exclusive use period up till April 1st. And if they commit to that on the negotiated rates, then they can have it for that time period.
Okay, there was a question by Councilmember Jane, a very straightforward question of if the Stadium Authority pays our pre-planning costs, that $25,000 or other costs, is that a violation of Measure J? Absolutely not. The Stadium Authority, while it is a public entity, can pay for costs associated with non-NFL events. In fact, the Stadium Authority did that for the 2019 college playoffs. It did it for Super Bowl, and it did it before January 2023, right? And a lot of staff time, city attorney time, prior city attorney time, city manager's time was spent on understanding these events, the bid, working to acquire documents, sort of general work. And as long as the Stadium Authority covers the cost, it is not a violation of Measure J and fully aligns to what the Stadium Authority did in the past. Does the Stadium Authority have access to tickets before they are sold to the public? I will toss that question to the Bay Area Host Committee and have them answer that when they come up. I will say that that is not a part of the agreements, and we did not negotiate for that, but I think they could speak to whether that's possible. Yes. Councilmember Kevin Park, surcharge revenues, how are they coming along? Want to note that the agreement envisions a $6 surcharge. Council will remember, or the board will remember, that in the recent settlement agreement with the 49ers for non-NFL events, we increased the surcharge to $8. However, that was for prospective events. This event the bid was put in back in 2018. And so it had a $4 surcharge. In conversations with FIFA and the Bay Area Host Committee, we're comfortable having negotiated for it to be up to $6. And so that is where the projections are for $6. And so there was also a question from Councilmember Kevin Park about, has there been any analysis or could there be any analysis of what would the impact to Santa Clara be had a project directly across from the stadium been built? I think the council members referring to the related project and what's oftentimes referred to as the uptown area that was going to have restaurants, F&B, and entertainment. We have not done that analysis. Conceivably, we could hire someone to conduct it. It would require a scope of work, but we have not done that analysis. And the related project has been delayed for various reasons, and I know we're planning an upcoming discussion about that. There was a question about if this is in fact the first assignment and assumption agreement that FIFA is doing. Can we revisit the terms should another city obtain better terms? And I'll turn that over to the city attorney. But by first saying, when you sign an agreement, any two willing parties can sit down at the table and renegotiate at any time. But I'll turn it over to the city attorney for a detailed answer.
I don't know if it'll be a detailed answer. There are circumstances, and I've negotiated these myself in other agreements for kind of most favored nation, right, clauses, that if someone else offers you a better, agreement, you get that agreement. That was not negotiated here. I don't think we have the leverage to negotiate that. I would be very surprised if FIFA would agree to any such thing under any circumstance. So I love it. It's a great idea, but I'm not optimistic that would be something that we could negotiate in this context.
Yeah. I'll also add that we're talking a little bit of apples and oranges as we look across the country, similar to the conversations we had about Vancouver and Miami. The situation in other cities is really distinctly different from a geographic standpoint, from an organizational standpoint. Sometimes a city started out as a host committee, other times it's a private entity, other times it's an established entity, sometimes it's a new entity. Oftentimes, and I know the Bay Area Host Committee will talk about this, you have cities contributing money, right? Whereas in Santa Clara, we have Measure J, so we're not contributing any general fund money, and we're being very clear on that, right? And so comparing one agreement to the other when cities and counties are actually putting money in, it would be a little difficult, and I know an analysis that may not be possible.
I might add to that, given how FIFA has approached these negotiations, one of the things, as you know, we've struggled with is being able to do with, particularly with the both with the apples to oranges, situation with completely different structures, different people owning the stadiums, different people signing these different agreements. There's so many unique circumstances. So getting information that's fungible, and useful, to us is challenging. One of the other things that FIFA has very consciously implemented as part of this process is the confidentiality of all these terms, so that one venue can't find out what the other venue's, terms and conditions, are. So their approach, and their business model for this, I understand it's not favorable to us or any of the venues, but it's designed to keep those negotiations, specific and isolated, exactly so they don't have to give better terms, to other venues if people can find out those terms from other folks. So just wanted to add that for context of how this has gone.
Okay. Another question with regard to the interim funding agreement and the $150,000. In general, a question of why was it $150,000, and the thought that maybe that was low. Just a articulation, that was an interim funding agreement covering July 1 through December 31st of this year. We did intense work with all of our departments that would have qualified planning expenses, police, fire, et cetera. And the estimate was an informed estimate. As Assistant City Manager Baker noted, for the first 3 months of that agreement, we're at about $34,000, so we're actually trending under. And so that's why it was $150. Also within the agreement, there was a trigger. I'm blanking on it right now, but there was a trigger. If in fact we're getting close to exhausting the $150, the parties would sit down and discuss. At 125, right? So there was a built-in trigger at 125, if in fact, but we are trending under that and feel comfortable.
Just one addition to that. We really did expect to be done and to have assignment assumption agreement, approved this year. So that's why the agreement was designed to go through the end of this year. We've already communicated with the understanding that the agreement wouldn't be coming back until January, that we would do kind of an administrative extension, of that agreement for additional month with potentially, increase in the maximum amount if circumstances warranted. So we expect the interim funding agreement to now run through the earlier to occur of the end of January, or the approval of the assignment and assumption agreement.
Sure. Next, there was a question on essentially statute of limitations for the city or stadium authority identifying cost, and would there be enough time for us to identify cost? And so within the draft of the assignment and assumption agreement, that is contemplated, and I believe there's a date of September 18th by which the City and Stadium Authority would have to identify all known costs, but it is known costs, recognizing, and I know the board is familiar, when we even have a regular non-NFL event and we have agencies from across the region support us, there can be several weeks, if not months, before we collect the invoices from everyone. And so there are provisions that allow for us to identify those state known costs, but then also be able to add additional costs as they come in.
Yeah, and if I could add, that September 18th date isn't a hard date. That's an endeavor to provide final invoice, on. So there is an understanding that if costs lag, that are legitimate qualified expense, costs, but, most likely from in our experience, third-party public safety, providers that take a while to get us invoices, those could be charged and reimbursed as well.
Next set of questions was from Councilmember Watanabe again, inquiring about the city's projection of 12 million and how that relates. One, that was based on the estimates and projection. I will pause. We touched on it a little bit in the estimated cost presentation, but I do think it's important to note that that is an estimate, not a budget. We were very clear in the negotiations that we were not going to budget public safety costs because public safety demands will be dictated based on the final event configuration, logistics, and known safety risk. And so that was a bit of a tough point to sit down and negotiate with a party and they not know the full cost that they're going to have to bear, right? Same thing with the Team Co guarantee, but we articulated that we just can't budget public safety costs and provide an exact number. So we endeavored to do as detailed of an estimate with appropriate assumptions, but knowing that there are costs on both sides or activities on both sides that will be known that will inform that final cost. There was another question connected to, and I'll toss this over to the city attorney, about the rent payments of roughly 13.5 versus retaining those and then as collateral versus the structure that's envisioned in the agreement.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Certainly a nice idea to get our hands on actual rent revenues, but the underlying structure and relationship is in exchange for them bearing all of the costs under the stadium agreement, they get the revenues as well. And those variable rent revenues are actually designed around and costed based upon what their basic services operational costs are going to be. They're not specifically designed or related to our public safety costs. And so one of the things, though, that where we consciously designed our advance payment amount is that they do get an advance payment themselves of some of those costs. And so our thought was those monies could be used, but they're not obligated to use them in order to pay our advance payment in the event that the government monies or other monies they might have raised weren't available for that. So nice idea, but not the structure of the agreement based on the fact that those revenues are oriented towards paying other costs. I think there's another question about why not just have those put in an escrow so that we can just draw down upon them. I don't think we've got any, certainly not with any third party, any relationship that says just put money someplace and we get to draw down on it as we see fit. Even with when we bill the 49ers, we submit an invoice to them. They get to review and approve that, and the costs need to be reasonable under our agreement with them as a condition to them reimbursing us. And so that would be a difficult negotiation to just have monies put aside and have us just draw down on those without us having to substantiate, the fact that we incurred the costs that were, reasonable costs and related to the event.
There was a question with regard to essentially what's our ROI, what's our return on investment. Difficult question for an event like this, as we said, right, projected to be a net loss. We do know that there are larger economic benefits for the region. With regard specifically to the Stadium Authority, there's $25 million of permanent improvements that the Stadium Authority is not going to have to pay for that allows the stadium to host different types of events, right? As well as surcharge revenue. But with regard to the surcharge, had it not been for FIFA and the U.S. and Canada winning the bid, we likely would have non-NFL events, right? So surcharge for a regular non-NFL event or surcharge for 6 FIFA events, right? Sort of one similar concept. Next question. Mayor had a number of questions about Seattle and Vancouver and Toronto, I believe, and I think we addressed that. I know the mayor cited numbers of 230 million and larger numbers. Those are really host committee numbers, not city-specific venue numbers, which is what we're talking about, a little bit of apples and oranges, and I know the Bay Area Host Committee will address that. I think the city attorney already mentioned that the agreement will be made public, and they're working on final language for the assignment and assumption agreement. The Bay Area, question from the mayor about the Bay Area Host Committee being a nonprofit entity without assets. So really, what is our security? And that question was also tied to the Team Co, understanding what Team Co is as a structure. And so I think we addressed some of that, and I see the city attorney with additional clarification on that point.
Yes, just a little bit of detail on that. There's a couple different, you're absolutely right, Mayor, that being a nonprofit entity, right, with no assets, that was one of our primary concerns, in making sure that the monies would be available in order to reimburse our costs. And really, the primary solution to that, that mitigates a lot of, those requirements, is the fact that we're getting a guarantee to backfill qualified, expenses from a 49ers entity that has a lot of assets themselves. So we're getting in effect, a credit tenant, a high net worth entity in order to provide us a guarantee. And we'll do the due diligence on that, and you'll see the guarantee agreement and the work that we do on that when that comes back, for your consideration and approval.
Collateral, right.
Yeah, the collateral will be there, in effect, their assets that will, make sure that they've got assets and are, a entity of sound and substantial financial standing, and they'll be able to demonstrate that. And if they
I
don't,
would like more than that, the demonstration. I'd like an actual asset.
yeah, there's not going to be an actual asset to secure, the guarantee, Mayor. That'd be a little unusual when you get it from a substantial credit tenant. But the other ways that we're mitigating the Bay Area Host Committee obligation to pay is pay-as-you-go obligations, with
I
respect
know,
to the
I just
amounts
want
that
to
they
aim
owe.
higher than that, so
I'm sorry?
I would like to aim higher than that, what you're talking about. So I'm hoping that you can aim higher and get actual credit, line of credit, something for us, so we know that our fees are going to be paid back.
Yeah, that was not negotiated into the agreement, Mayor. It was the belief and understanding is, and I think it's adequate, and if you tell me it's not, obviously, you can direct us or choose not to approve the agreement, is that a guarantee from a substantial asset corporation, similar to what was done with the college playoff, game, would be adequate security. I don't think there was separate security in that case. We're obviously talking about potentially significantly, higher amounts here, but the guarantee was determined to be adequate. With the additional obligations, of course, of Bay Area Host Committee to make the payments, to raise money, through government sources or otherwise, and to be and potentially to be in a default position if the payment isn't made. And so through pay-as-you-go structure, through an advance payment structure, and through the ultimate assurances that a asset or a entity with significant assets would guarantee, any failure to pay, we thought that was adequate to secure. And I understand, Mayor, certainly the more security, the better, and I appreciate that perspective.
All right, next question was with regard to a commitment that the host city provide offices. Again, a question from Mayor Gilmore. Again, not related to our context. I know that there are host city agreements out there that can be found online, but in the city where the Stadium Authority has no requirement to provide offices. One of the reasons why we did negotiate in that information sharing agreement for the host city agreement, even though it was not a document that bound the city, right? Both staff or any council member that went on Intralinks and signed the agreement could see the fully unredacted copy. And so there are no requirements on the city or the Stadium Authority to provide any offices for the Bay Area Host Committee. Qualified and unqualified event expenses, we've talked about that. We've talked about the reimbursement process. We've talked about Team Co. Question from the mayor about NFL, about the youth fee.
not seeing the youth fee in these documents. Important to note, the youth fee applies to NFL events. There's no youth fee required for non-NFL events, so that is not why that is why it's not in the agreement. A question about the bowl modifications and the need or the desire to have monies paid up front or put in an escrow account before those improvements commence. In the agreement, it has been negotiated for Manco to take on the responsibility of that and ensure that it's paid for by private sources, bearing no liability to the city or stadium authority. Manco, again, an entity of the 49ers, and I will allow Glenn to elaborate more on that if need be.
Cue that up once more.
Isn't Manco our management company that works for the stadium authority?
Yes, Manco does work on behalf of the Stadium Authority for non-NFL events, as well as on behalf of Stadco for NFL events, and through the negotiated agreements are taking responsibility for ensuring that the bowl modifications are paid for by private sources. There are a couple reasons for that. One is while the Bay Area Host Committee is financially responsible, we did not want and did not think it would be appropriate for the Bay Area Host Committee, a private entity with no real association to the stadium, to be directly responsible for those improvements. As you know, the management company does undertake the capital improvements there. They have a capital team. They work with our contractors that work on that venue. So they are the appropriate intermediary for those improvements, not the city, because we don't do that on a regular basis, and not the Bay Area Host Committee, but the management company.
Yeah, thank you. Now, and so some of the details and the nuances of the mechanics are still being worked out, Madam Mayor and Council, but the agreement does require Manco to oversee the construction of that project, and without any use of public monies or without any ability to seek reimbursement from the Stadium Authority. So there will be measures in place that requires Manco in a separate agreement with Bay Area Host Committee to make sure only private monies are used for those improvements.
Okay. And yeah, I said private money, but it's actually no public money, right? Right, perfect. Okay, how many suites are at the stadium? 175 suites is the number that I have from staff, and we will note that for the record. Utility costs paid, certainly with assigning the event, all normal and customary non-NFL event costs will be paid for by the Bay Area Host Committee. Seat licenses we talked about. There was a question with regard to gentleman by the name of Al Guido and signatures on documents, and so I'll turn that over to the city attorney, but also I think either 49ers entity or Manco could address that question as well.
Yeah, thank you. I know there's, Mayor, you and others have raised, conflict of interest, concerns looking back on this. As my group obtained the documents and the information, became available, we certainly did have concerns about, potential conflict of interest issues. We'd also had concerns regarding Manco's authority to bind the Stadium Authority, to this type of contract, where that was would use up a lot of, our season and, have a significant projected loss. And there are standards under the terms of the management agreement, that certainly apply for to this. And going forward, I'm very interested in developing some sort of implementing standard for what defines Manco's authority in that regard, to make sure that there's an understanding that it would not be consistent with, their the commercial standards that apply to them to enter into on our behalf, right, a contract for a major, event like this, with projected losses. And so that's an element, too, of the grand jury report, you may remember, and something that we're supposed to be working on to try to bring that back to you. So we had concerns about both conflict of interest in that and that issue. And as you may recall, I provided my analysis for you of these issues in a confidential memorandum back in May. I'm thinking that I should probably provide it to you again, before your final approval of this, to remind you of those issues, along with other kind of risk analysis with respect to this event, because it does propose, it does present significant risk to the organization. And what I said in that memorandum that can share, and I've said publicly before, is that in the context where the city and the Stadium Authority want the World Cup event to occur, provided that reasonable terms can be reached, to mitigate the risks and recover costs and preserve some opportunity for financial upside and other community benefits. My focus on this matter and on these issues hasn't been to, either prosecute or defend any party's past actions on such matters. I'm not the prosecuting authority on such matters anyway. Instead, my focus has been on finding a path forward to enter into agreements that are lawful and in the best interests of the city and the Stadium Authority. And the proposed terms for the assignment and assumption agreement, we think is that path, and that's what's presented to you today. So the conflict of interest issue and the analysis and the risks presented by that, you've been advised on in a confidential memorandum, and this agreement is in effect looking forward to allow this event to occur. It does include, going forward, conflict of interest, provisions that require both Manco to comply with their conflict of interest, standards, and, as I mentioned in my presentation of the summary of terms, Barry, a host committee to make sure that parties that are executives for the 49ers, organization aren't approving the assignment agreement and aren't involved in the implementing of the assignment agreement. There is a carve out for their role potentially as fundraisers, for the event, because that could be of value to both, parties. But that's how we've dealt with that issue. Not looking back on the conflict of interest, issue, but resolving the matter with the terms of an assignment assumption agreement and conflict of interest, provisions going forward.
And I'll just piggyback on that from a staff standpoint. Council knows I started with the city May 1, 2023, and on May 23rd, 2023, just 23 days later, was here with our first update and presentation on FIFA World Cup. And from a staff level, we've just been intensely focused on ensuring that we negotiate and bring you terms that protect the city and the Stadium Authority's liability, and make sure that the events can occur safely, and we mitigate any and all risk. And as I said in the opening, I think we've done that in the negotiated terms that are before you. You have an increased surcharge from $4 to $6. You have $25 million worth of field improvements that the Stadium Authority nor the city has to pay for. You have an assignment and assumption agreement terms where another entity, the Bay Area Host Committee, is assuming all of the risk and obligations for that. You have terms for prepayment of the direct event costs before the event occurs. You have a monthly invoicing process for costs leading up to that. And at the end of the day, you also have a backstop from the 49ers Team Co. organization. So I do think substantially, more than substantially, we have delivered on that with these negotiated terms. That concludes our Q&A. There was one last Q&A, which was from Raj Johal asking for, when we come back to you, a breakdown of the difference between the Super Bowl 50 agreements and the college bowl agreements. And so I think that I've covered all, but I see the city attorney saying that there may be a question or two that we still have to
I
answer.
think there's a couple from the mayor still. Oh, you already talked about not waiving other fees, and you talked about the youth fee, but no other fees are waived, Madam Mayor. In fact, there are specific provisions that require for example, permit fees or any other staff time spent, in potentially making regulatory changes. All those would be qualified event expenses. You asked why the surcharge is going to the Stadium Authority and not to the city. That's how the surcharges are paid. They're paid to the Stadium Authority and not to the city. So it's not, the surcharge is not a general fund payment and has not historically been a general fund payment. To the extent that the surcharge goes into either the discretionary fund or general revenues, that does improve the chances that there will be performance rent and that the city will ultimately get, performance rent based on the performance of the Stadium Authority. But the surcharge fee has not ever, in my understanding, gone to directly to the city. It's not a city fee.
Then it can't be used for general fund reimbursement then?
It can't be used for general fund reimbursement.
Yes. So surcharge,
Go ahead.
It
Yeah.
cannot be used.
the surcharge cannot be, right. Yeah, as the city attorney mentioned, and I know we have our finance director here, basic premise of all of our agreements for non-NFL events, the surcharge revenue is first goes into the stadium, and then only then after the waterfall.
I
the
understand
revenues.
all of that. What I'm saying is if you're trying to credit it for the money that the general fund has spent, you can't credit it to the general fund because it stays in the Stadium Authority.
Oh, I see, Madam Mayor. Yeah, again, one of the points that's being made is the Stadium Authority for non-NFL events can pay for city expenses. We do that all the time. So this is in effect, although it's through a guarantee obligation, the Stadium Authority paying the city for security costs being expended in connection with a non-NFL event. So I don't think it's unlawful. It's
So then-
unusual.
Then it should be put in the agreement that we do that it flows to the Stadium Authority, then directly to the general fund for reimbursement, if we've done that before.
Yeah, to the extent that the team co-guarantee is with respect to qualified event expenses, and qualified event expenses are in fact expenses incurred by the city in support of this event. That's really what's happening anyway.
Right, so it would have to go from the Stadium Authority to pay back the general fund.
Yeah, and I'll how that gets booked and how that might get paid, Ken may have a thought about that from a finance standpoint.
Yeah, and Ken, I know we're following the normal practice for NFL and non-NFL events, so will you explain that process, and then that'll be the process that we do.
Thank you for the question, Ken Lee, Stadium Authority Treasurer, City Finance Director. So for all NFL and non-NFL events, public safety costs are incurred in the city and directly invoiced both to the NFL, to Stadco for NFL events, to Manco, and coordinating for reimbursement for non-NFL events. In the event of this agreement, it sounds like surcharge money would flow through the Stadium Authority if that part of the agreement is to reimburse for some of the unreimbursed public safety costs, and that money would have to be transferred to the general fund to reimburse public safety costs.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that happens.
So that same flow would occur in this
Same
situation.
formula. Thank you. Thank you.
Done with Q&A responses.
I just have one food for thought about our college championship. We worked out an agreement, and it was the 49ers LLC organization, LLC, that paid all the costs for the college championship. And it was between $8 and $12 million for the college championship, and that was one game. So I'm still a little bit stuck on the fact that I think those numbers are low for the costs for 6 games. So anyways, that was just a little food for thought. But we're going to take a 15-minute break. I'm sorry, it's been almost 3.5 hours, so we can stretch a little bit. We'll come back. We'll hear from the Bay Area Host Committee and the public and call it a night. It's a study session. So thank you. It's 10:20, so 10:35 promptly we'll be back. Thank you. Okay, City Manager, we'll call up the Bay Area Host Committee.
Thank you. We will have the Bay Area Host Committee, led by Zaleen Jan Mohammed, to provide a presentation.
Welcome.
Thank you. We'll just, 1 second while we wait for the presentation.
That's ours.
I can't present this one.
We don't want to see it again. The buildup is amazing. Here we go.
I feel there's like big shoes to fill, and I don't, late. A lot of pressure. There we go.
There we go.
There we go. Okay, good evening, good night almost. I am Zaleen Jan Mohammed, President and CEO of the Bay Area Host Committee. Thank you to the board, Madam Mayor, and the council for having me here today. It's been a long night, so I don't know if any of you listen to podcasts, but I'm going to try to go at 1.5 times the speed, and we're going to try to get through this.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome. We're going to try to get through this pretty quickly. Some of this will feel repetitive. I have made portions of this presentation before, but I just wanted to set context in terms of who we are. The Bay Area Host Committee is a 501c6 not-for-profit organization with the sole purpose of bringing major sporting and entertainment events to the Bay Area for the economic and societal benefit to the region. I think there was a question earlier on why do we bid? This is why we bid. We bid because it brings communities together, it unites communities through sport, and it brings significant economic and societal impact into communities, and it is why the entities like and governing bodies like FIFA and the NFL have so much leverage and negotiate deal terms the way they do. It's because a number of cities, many cities, bid for events that we have now been awarded. We have existed before, the Bay Area Host Committee, in prior versions around Super Bowl 50, which you'll be familiar with, and then again in 2019 for the College Football Playoff National Championship. But in both those cases, the entity folded and dissolved soon after the events were over. The Bay Area has not had a sustainable and dedicated sports commission that works cross-regionally, and the vision for this organization is just that. Our board of directors was formed in 2022 and includes the presidents and leaderships across all Bay Area professional sports teams, in addition to industry experts across different sectors of business. And importantly, since the last time I presented to council, we have had 2 new board members join our board of directors. Jess Smith, the president of the newly formed WNBA franchise in the Bay Area, the Golden State Valkyries, and Noah Wintrub, global chairman at JP Morgan Chase. Noah now serves as our board chair. I know we've talked primarily about one event and a second one has been referenced. We actually our purview at the Bay Area Host Committee is 3 events that we are managing at this point in time. The first one is in 2 months, the NBA All-Star Game, which is in February, then followed by Super Bowl 60 in February of 2026, and then the FIFA World Cup. Our goal, should we be successful in establishing a sustainable and fiscally responsible model, is to continue to bid for future events and bring them to the Bay Area. And inclusive of my passion and my focus, female global sporting events like the WNBA All-Star Game, an NWSL Final, and the Women's World Cup. I think a question was asked earlier on around the economic impact. We've done a pretty extensive economic impact analysis. Across these 3 events that will come to the Bay Area, these events are bringing substantial economic impact to the region in the amount of $1.4 billion. We anticipate hundreds of thousands of visitors, thousands of hotel rooms booked, and significant job creation. For Santa Clara, the greatest economic impact will be felt for the event we have spent much of tonight discussing, the FIFA World Cup, and I'll dig more into the specific impacts to Santa Clara County later on in this presentation. I added this slide to the presentation so the board can understand the role of the host committee or a sports commission in these types of events. Event owners are the governing bodies and the leagues. They actually own these events. They typically engage with a local operator who will localize these events and fulfill hundreds of requirements that are necessary to operate that event. This includes working to secure venues across the region. So in this case, Levi Stadium will be one venue, but not the only venue. Include a coordination of safety and security planning across the Bay Area, the build out and execution of a mobility and transportation plan, which for the FIFA World Cup will necessitate a new way of looking at mass transit, as we welcome an international fan base who will have an expectation of a smooth transit experience. We will work with multiple agencies and partners at all levels of government, federal, state, and local. We also serve as the convener of multiple community organizations, including all of the DMOs, chambers, offices of economic development, et cetera. And finally, let's not forget the local fans. And I'm talking about both the visiting individuals who will come and we hope keep coming back, but also, and if not more importantly, the residents of the Bay and ensuring that they feel connected to the event as much as possible. One of the questions that was asked during the Q&A was, in addition to these responsibilities, about revenue raise and what that looks like. We are responsible for the full revenue raise across all 3 events that you see in front of you. To date, we have signed 5 partners. We are soon, hopefully within the next 6 to 8 weeks, we'll announce the signing of 5 more. We have a significant revenue raise goal in front of us. As you can imagine, even with the numbers that the mayor read out, our budget is commensurate with what you're reading. Our total budget is similar. And so our sources of funding will include public funding requests, as noted by the staff's presentation, and private sponsorships and private donor fundraising as well. As much time as we spend thinking about the events on the field, the Bay Area Host Committee is committed to supporting initiatives that leave a lasting impact on and benefit to the community. This runs in our bloodstream. Our team is here today because they live, breathe, and bleed this every day, not just the events on the field, but what we are doing in the communities in which we live. The last time I was here, I presented our 3 focus areas, and those are up on the screen again today for reference. I'd like to focus on 2 specific programs that we announced last week, but before I do, this middle pillar and focus area where we talk about amplifying sports for all and sports for change. There is a concerted effort to make sure that all 9 counties, including the County of Santa Clara, including the City of Santa Clara, are impacted in the community programming that we do around youth sport. The 2 programs that we announced last week. Last Thursday, we announced a first-of-its-kind program called Bridge to Work, which provides otherwise unavailable temporary job positions, job opportunities to underrepresented populations. These individuals will have an opportunity to not just work an event, but to enter a program where they will receive upskilling, education, and certification such that they can enter the workforce for a long-term and sustainable career. We have a number of partners who we are working with to bring this concept forward. Tipping Point will be our anchor partner and will be supported by Juma Ventures, CEO, Rubicon, JobTrain, as well as BART, Mission College, San Jose State University, all of the professional sports teams, and many others. We also last week announced the launch of our supplier diversity program, at this point specifically tied to Super Bowl 60, called Source LX. This program will allow for local minority-owned businesses to bid for Super Bowl and NFL-related contracts. Eligible residents and businesses in Santa Clara can already apply to participate in these programs by visiting our website, bayareahostcommittee.com. So let's focus our attention now on the main event, the World Cup. I think the city manager provided much of this detail in the prior presentation, and so I won't spend a lot of time here. We have 6 matches. The teams that will play at Levi Stadium will not be announced until December 2025. That's when the FIFA World Cup draw will be, based on who is announced to play here. And again, to the city manager's presentation, the security plan will follow. Obviously, you know, an Argentina or Brazil coming into this market requires a different security plan, and we will plan for that when we learn about the teams. We're here today to discuss the assignment and assumption agreement, and city staff has taken us through a really extensive, very, very good presentation about the terms of that agreement. The teams have been working very hard to ensure that the city is protected from all risk, and it is a no risk, all reward scenario that we are putting in front of the city. I'm committed to doing my part on behalf of the Bay Area Host Committee to ensure a good faith partnership with the city of Santa Clara. City staff has done a really great job in this negotiation. It's been a long negotiation, sometimes tenuous, but they've done really, really well. As has already been discussed, the Bay Area Host Committee is committed to all qualified costs around public safety and compliance with Measure J. Bay Area Host Committee is committing to all stadium-related FIFA World Cup-specific capital costs. That will leave the stadium in a better place than it is today, a more agile place, an ability to host events that you otherwise would not be able to do but for the capital expenditures that we are making. Beyond that, all of the direct revenue via the ticket surcharge will come back to the city, all taxes back to the city, and the majority of the FIFA World Cup economic impact will be seen in Santa Clara County will obviously be felt by this city. Speaking of that economic impact, so I referenced a $1.4 billion number across the 3 events earlier on in the presentation. The FIFA World Cup number of that is $480 to $630 million across the Bay Area. And on this slide, you can start to see the division of that amount between San Francisco and Santa Clara. And for the FIFA World Cup, most of the activity will happen in Santa Clara County. And so you'll see a proportional amount of that economic impact, $270 to $360 million, coming into Santa Clara County. I'll end my presentation just to tell you that in addition to the economic impact that will benefit the city of Santa Clara and the Bay Area writ large, there is a broader intangible impact that we will benefit from, unlike no other event in the world. You'll see from this slide the number of engagements that existed for the 2022 FIFA World Cup at 19 billion impressions, which is more than twice that of the next biggest event, which is the Olympic Games. I share this with you to hopefully generate excitement of what this will mean for this city and our region. The eyes of the world will be on Santa Clara. And while this is hard to value, there is significant value in this. We are a not-for-profit entity and will need a great relationship with the city and with the entities in and around the city to put this together. We've had really great support already from city staff, from the hotel community, from the chamber, from Visit Santa Clara, from residents who want to be involved in this event, from Santa Clara University and many others. We've received unprecedented and unanimous support from the Bay Area Caucus, the governor, our 2 U.S. state senators, and are focused and committed to showing up for the world. 34 U.S. cities bid to host the World Cup, 34. 11 were awarded. Santa Clara was one of them. You should feel very proud. This is a big event. Many cities would like to be in this position. I'm committed to making this awesome together with the city of Santa Clara. Thank you.
Okay, questions from the council? Any? Councilmember Jane.
I'd posed this question earlier. Are there going to be any pre-sale tickets for Santa Clara residents?
Is that it? Councilmember Hardy.
I've had the question from many residents of what kind of banners are we going to have all over Santa Clara? This needs to be a big deal, and we need to do that. And I was quite surprised they felt very strongly about it.
Interesting. Okay, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. On the economic impact front, did we drill down to the city level, or it's just a broader county level only? If it is to city level, we would love to find out what are the numbers. Thanks.
Anyone else? Oh, Councilmember Watanabe. You're termed out, so they turned your light off. I'm kidding.
Did you turn me off, Joe?
Turn her back on.
I'm just kidding. No, okay, so let's see. I've noticed that ticket sales have already started online. I took a screenshot of it, but I can't bring it up right now because my stuff isn't working. But anyway, I took a screenshot of ticket sales at Levi Stadium, and for the two events that are, well, two of the events, I should say. Are you not aware of it? You have a puzzled look on your face. But anyway, no, I was really surprised to see the prices of some of the seats. My husband and I, we have club seats, and the seats adjacent to our section are going for about $13,000. And and then I would get these pop-up messages saying 113 people have bought tickets in the last 24 hours or something like that. So, I mean, do you have a sense of, how ticket sales are going? And then, of course, then I checked out another venue that's going to be having a match closer to the finals. And needless to say, the ticket prices have really gone up in those venues. So I'm just curious to know if you've had any feedback on that, or are you monitoring it? And then you talked about tax revenue back to the city, which of course would come back to us through the county, but I would have liked to have seen like another breakdown and how it's impacting the schools, what kind of revenue will be coming back to the schools, because they do benefit from the tax revenue as well. And the Bridge to Work, I think that sounds like a great program, and I was wondering if you would possibly be working with, let's say, South Bay Labor, or some of the labor unions as well as a partner. You mentioned 400,000 rooms have been booked. Is that all around the Bay Area, or is it Santa Clara over the period of the matches that are going to be played? I mean, where exactly are those rooms booked? And that was all I could come up with for now. Thank you.
Okay, I only have one question, and that is, where are you in your fundraising goals? And are you where you thought you would be at this point, like a year and a half away from the event? That's the question I had. Councilmember Watanabe, you're popping up now. Do you have anything else?
Joe and I are having a discussion.
Okay, well, all right. Take her name off, please. Okay. All right, that's it, Zaleen. That's it for the questions.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about FIFA World Cup tickets in two different ways. Number one, tickets are not on sale yet. So what you're seeing right now is a secondary ticket market with their bots that are assuming they have tickets. They don't actually have tickets yet. And the ticket sale process hasn't formally been started by FIFA. In fact, they have issued warnings to consumers to not purchase tickets off secondary ticket websites right now, so please don't purchase those. They are inflated and not available at this point in time. Whether or not tickets will be made available via presale to Santa Clara. I actually don't know the answer to that question yet because the ticket vendor has not been selected by FIFA and neither has the ticket sale window opened or any timelines associated with ticket sales been issued. And so that is not a question right now that I actually have any information to be able to answer. What kinds of banners can we have in Santa Clara? It's a great question. I want lots of banners as well. I think what we have to remember is that in and around the venue, there will be a clean zone, and FIFA will have their marketing up, talking about the FIFA World Cup in their own signage, et cetera. And so in and around that zone, it will be FIFA-related World Cup signage, which will be great and amazing and should generate a lot of excitement. Outside of that, I think that's something for us to discuss collectively as a group and how we use out-of-home advertising and even experiential moments within the city to really generate excitement for the residents of Santa Clara. There was questions around economic impact. We did not do a study down to the city level only because it wasn't going to be statistically significant. We didn't have the data to be able to drill down to the city. The only thing that we could do was go broader into the county level, which is what we did. There was a separate question, I believe, around the number of hotel rooms booked, the 400,000 number. That is across the Bay Area, across the 3 events. For the FIFA World Cup, a majority of the hotel needs from FIFA are actually in the South Bay, in Santa Clara and in San Jose, versus in the city of San Francisco. And so the bulk of the FIFA World Cup hotel rooms, and I'm looking at my, yes, are in actually the South Bay region. Bridge to Work and discussions with South Bay Labor, that actually has happened, and they are very excited about this program as well. They have connected us with a few folks that they'd like us to get in touch with around that Bridge to Work program. And then I hope I got the last question here, which is around fundraising goals. That's a really good question. We are ahead of where we were from a Super Bowl 50 perspective. Would I like more right now? Absolutely, right? I will always really try to stretch our team to fundraise as much as possible, as quickly as possible. I think because we have an NBA All-Star game coming up, that has allowed for us to kind of more urgently go out there with some assets that are right around the corner to ask for money. And there is some benefit in having 3 events that you can bundle and try to sell versus just one in 2 years from now. So we are progressing very, very well and probably ahead of most other World Cup cities at this point in time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, nothing left. All right, we're going to the public now. I have Brian and Brian. And Ruben. So, no, I'm not joking. So we have Brian, followed by Ruben. Welcome.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, council members, and empty chair of the last person who trusted the 49ers in their dealings with the city. I have submitted a lengthy list of questions and legal authorities about staff's proposal to subsidize the 49ers to help them make up for the money-losing World Cup events. But since you are limiting the members of the public to 2 minutes of comment on a risky multi-million-dollar deal that has been kept hidden for almost 2.5 years, I will limit my oral comments to one question. Why? Why would Al Guido book a money-losing event that he was planning on assigning to a nonprofit created by the 49ers and then borrow $200 million to make improvements to the suites that the 49ers own? Why would he take on such financial obligations that the team would have to make good on if he had no expectation of any financial return on that investment? The statements in the report about conflicts of interest simply make no sense. The only revenue identified in the report to pay for the estimated $50 million in expenditures is the $12 million in expected rent from FIFA. Add that to the $200 million that the 49ers borrowed for the suite improvements, and that comes to $250 million. How is a nonprofit that has no assets going to generate that kind of money? And the team is expected to generate that revenue if the nonprofit can't. If I were the team owner, I would certainly question Mr. Guido's judgment in making the decision to book an event that had $250 million in costs without any expectation of positive revenue to the team to help pay those costs. Mr. Guido is asking the city of Santa Clara to believe the unbelievable. Is he here to explain why? I don't see him. Why should you trust a person who doesn't even show up to defend himself? Again, I refer you to the empty chair of the last person who trusted the 49ers. One final comment. Your list of stakeholders, it omitted the public. Why is the public not a stakeholder in this? Please give the public much more opportunity to have a voice in this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Brian, you're up next.
Thank you. I hope everybody's doing okay. I'm glad I brought my iPad with me to play some games, no offense, but it's a little bit different than the other gentleman, other Brian was sharing. There's something here that the one presenter really touched on it, is that you're sowing dreams into people. That's really what the 49ers do. That's what this does. Any event, that's what Beyonce, whoever it was that played on the stage, and I'm a little groggy right now from the time, but to be quite honest with you, I hope that we realize that children are going to be watching this, and they're going to want to, it's exciting, it sows dreams, and you cannot put a price on it, you just can't. The minute you do put a price on it, our society is over with. It is the most important thing we're talking about. That's why the swim center is important. That's why the soccer field's important. That's why Levi Stadium's important. That's why what they're doing with the Job to Work program is important. That is America. That is the human race, actually, since before we came out of the caves, as we dream. And I recommend that we find all these answers, because it is important, and the money is important, and it can really sow discord, which it has. The gentleman, the quote-unquote empty chair, it's a fellow human being. My heart's broken for him. That's sort of the way I'm built. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Ruben, please come forward. Welcome.
Evening, Mayor, City Council members. I'm a proponent of this event. I'm old enough, lived here long enough where I remember back in the 90s when we had the first World Cup, and how they're talking about the economic impact. The city was vibrant, every city around here. Los Gatos, they were talking about Brazil, absolutely took over the city. You can't really put a dollar amount on that, something like that. The excitement of sports teams that bring, and it filters down all the way down to the youth. And I am, as many you may or may not know, I'm a high school basketball coach, but I've coached soccer, I've coached football, I've coached Little League. All that matters. Referring, piggyback to what the gentleman just said about dreams. These kids dream. This is a big soccer community here. Probably the biggest sport in this whole valley, in Northern California, for that matter. So when you say things, fields of dreams, right? So while there may be internal arguments, I just hope this is the biggest stage. This is a world stage. 19 billion people, they apparently is going to be focused on this area. So I hope we don't make a muck of it and get it right before we get there. So I appreciate you guys' time, and I really hope we get it right. Thank you.
Thank you. You reminded us that the World Cup was hosted by Stanford in 1994, and Brazil practiced at Santa Clara University, and they won that year. So we're a very lucky city for any team that's fortunate enough to be here in Santa Clara. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? I don't see anyone online. All right. That concludes our study session.
Yes,
City Manager?
note and file, and we have.
We need to note and file anything? No,
Not
we
really.
don't.
We're good.
So, final comments, Councilmember Park.
Yes. Thank you. This wasn't really appropriate for the Bay Area Host Committee, but I did have some other comments. Maybe some of them would be relevant. But my question is about confidentiality. I mean, we're a public entity, and we have in the past had to publish a lot of information publicly because of the public nature of being a city. How would we safeguard against breaches? You know, how will we give out public information while keeping some information confidential? That's one question. When we talk about vibrancy, I 100% agree. I think that when we talk about what this will bring, we need to look beyond just the money, because there is a lot more to be gained than just money. I think that what the Bay Area Host Committee is doing with their programs is not just about money. It's about providing opportunities. It's about providing benefits to communities long-term. And what they said in the presentation is something that's very important. It's about having a lasting impact on community, not just short-term economic impact. That said, I have another ask as a Triton liaison, Triton Museum liaison. The Triton Museum would really like to, help promote the Bay Area Host Committee and the events that are happening. And they also have a great space that they could use to, host art by players, by fans, by, just give us some ideas. We have digital walls. We are already working with companies like Google and other high-tech companies to provide spaces where we can do interesting things. And for people that are visiting, it would be a great place for, people come down. You say, go to the Triton if you want to see this kind of experience or have this kind of experience. I think this would be a good opportunity. It's going to take some time to put things together, but hopefully we have a little bit of time to do that. So I'd love to get in touch with you, and we will talk about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, in standard investment thought, it's risk and reward. If you don't have any risk, you're going to have very limited reward. It seems like what we've done here is we've decided that we're not going to take any risk. Everything's going to be backstopped by the Bay Area Host Committee and TeamCo, in which case our direct rewards will be very limited, and I'm fine with that. I do want to understand, when we have a concert like Beyonce, do the 49ers make money off of that concert, and how do they make money off of that concert? Thank you.
Want to answer that? No, that's okay. All right. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to everybody who spoke this evening. And, I currently represent District 1 until next Tuesday, but and I'm glad that former City Attorney Brian Doyle brought up the fact about the public, because the same thought had crossed my mind during some of the presentations. But one of the things that wasn't discussed tonight was the impact to District 1, what the impact this is going to have on District 1. And because it surrounds the stadium. And so for, a period of 19 days, that community is going to be under siege with, traffic and just all kinds of other impacts, trash, who knows. And so I hope that as the plans go forward for this event, that the north side will not be forgotten, and that there will be provisions made to make sure that there's outreach to the community to let them know what's going on, and also to make sure that the neighborhoods are protected, and also that there will be some kind of a cleaning mechanism, because, like I said, it's going to be inundated with a lot of folks for quite a period of time. So we need to protect our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, again, I would like to commend the city staff, city attorney's office, city manager office, assistant city manager Baker. Not an easy task. Like place where we were some time back, and now I think everybody working cooperatively and coming up to solutions versus other stuff. So, and the theme of protecting city general fund, following Measure J, are fundamentally being followed, basically. And good thing is, like, if I noted, like $25 million investment into stadium, and which is, you can increase the field length to hold any other soccer game. I don't know. The US soccer games we're holding, that can be held, but in future, maybe we'll have even the earthquake games, et cetera, in a bigger field, basically, that can be done. Rugby games can be done. And maybe you never know, the cricket can be done down the line, for that matter. So that $25 million investment into the stadium, capital investment at no cost to the city, at no cost to the stadium authority, that's one fundamental great thing. Actual advances. See, the actual expense advances payments are 50% we will get by May 1st, 25% by June 22nd, and final by September 18th. So that's something has been built up to protect the city, basically, protect the general fund or protect the stadium authority funds, basically. Surcharge of $6 per ticket. That's another add-on, basically, we are doing on that. So there's a lot has gone into this, and I know worldwide FIFA is very 800-pound gorilla in the room. Wherever they go, they want to make money, most of themselves, and rarely any cities make money out of it. But if you look at the other aspect of it, like our city government is just a city government, but there are different components of that. Like we have students, we have public, we have businesses which fall into our parameter. And if you look into those economic benefits to all these components down the line, like I noted, where was it? For Santa Clara County, 360 million. And we are in a hub of that. And as mentioned by the CEO of Bay Area Host Committee, that majority of the hotels have been booked into this thing. Think of it, what will be the impact of TOT and all those taxes to the city of directly or indirectly, and businesses will grow. And impact of this thing happening worldwide, like Santa Clara is a host for this thing. And last time, in 2022, 19 billion were watching this thing. Hopefully this year will be, 2026 will be more than 19 billion. So overall, it gives impetus to youth to get more involved into, as Ruben mentioned, like it sends so much good fillers into the community to generate interest into outdoor sports, which is we are lacking in right now. More and more next generation is getting into electronic game inside. But if we have such events which are like sets examples for everyone, I think we are changing the attitude of the next generation for that extent. So let's not even just think about what the city is getting financially, but what the total community is getting as a secondary benefits from this thing. So thank you for your report again. I appreciate that.
Thank you. And just to wrap everything up, I want to say I'm probably more excited about these events than anything we've had in the past because I love soccer. But I just want to say we've learned from what we've experienced from the past. We learned from Super Bowl 50. We learned from the college national championships. We learned that we need to get our money and our costs paid back. We did learn that. We're a small city. We're the smallest city that owns an NFL stadium. So we have a small workforce and a smaller police department. We need to be paid back. We are carrying the heavy lift for this event, for the city that we are. And we did a great job in Super Bowl 50 and also the college national championships. And I have no doubt we'll do a fantastic job for World Cup. But it's going to take time from our manager's office, from our attorney's office, from every department in our city. And when we are working on World Cup and Super Bowl, which I don't know when we're going to talk about that, we're not doing other things in the city. So our public is the one that they're going to pay the price for this. And so what's important to me is that we successfully manage these events, which I have no doubt that we can do, but at the same time, that there is benefit for our community. And that's what was lacking in the past. In Super Bowl 50, we had to promote our own events. We had our own concerts and other things that we did for ourselves, and our community loved it. We don't have anything planned for Super Bowl, and back in the past, we did it 2 and 3 years in advance. We're almost a year from Super Bowl and a year and a half from World Cup. We don't have anything planned. So how can we get our community involved? How can we make this process more transparent? Because it hasn't been. We need to make it more transparent. We need to assure our public we're going to get our costs paid back. And we need to show them how are they going to benefit from this. Right now, Councilmember Watanabe talked about the north side. They're going to take the heavy lift of all these events, and it's not easy to live around the stadium. I've heard from that for the last 10 years. So how are our small businesses going to benefit? How are our restaurants going to benefit? You know, our hotels probably will. But how are we going to get the community involved? And that's been the missing piece. So I don't know if that's, you know, up to us here in the city, up to the Bay Area Host Committee to help us with that. But we cannot forget that missing piece, and that's what's missing right now. And I think like we did in Super Bowl 50, our city, we should do our own economic impact report. We did that back then just for our city, but it should come from us and whoever we hire to do that. So I think we have a lot of work to do going forward, but I think we need to really start focusing on how we can benefit our particular community, because we are carrying the heavy lift in this World Cup and eventually Super Bowl as well. I just don't want to forget that. So thank you everyone for all your presentations. Sorry it's so late, 11:17. It is before midnight, so we're not used to that. But everybody, may I have a motion to adjourn?
Are we not answering questions?
That I would like to have answered.
Your question was? Does 49ers, do they make money from concerts?
Madam Mayor, would you like me to facilitate responses to the questions? We took note. So the first one was from Councilmember Kevin Park around confidentiality and how do we safeguard the confidentiality of agreements. Let me just say that we certainly strive to safeguard confidentiality for agreements with specific regard to these agreements. The City Attorney's Office took lead on negotiating the information sharing agreement, and we talked a little bit tonight about Intralinks, which is a system that provided for additional security, especially when we received documents that we were not signature to. Councilmember Park mentioned Triton as an idea, and I know that we're going to follow up on that. Does the 49ers make money off concerts? Certainly sweet revenue, but because he's here, I can call Jihad Beachman back up.
The only answer can be yes, so.
I will call him back to elaborate.
What I will say is that the revenue streams are pretty clear under our lease agreement with the Stadium Authority, is that Stadco does receive suite revenues from non-NFL events. What I can say specifically for FIFA World Cup, though, is that Stadco is not receiving suite revenues for the FIFA World Cup. As part of the negotiation process, it was clear that FIFA wanted to retain all revenues from the events in their entirety. In this case, Stadco made the decision to release that requirement from the lease to say that those suites needed to be provided to us at no cost. We, in this case, decided to say that we're going to go forward without receiving any money from those revenues. So there's been a lot of discussion about Stadco's making a lot of money with this event, that Teamco's making a lot of money with this event. It simply isn't the case. Stadco is not receiving the suite revenues from this event. And so there's been discussion of, well, there was this $200 million loan associated. That has nothing to do with FIFA. It's not an expense of FIFA. It's not an expense of Stadco. It's not an expense of related to the World Cup. It's not an expense of the Bay Area Host Committee. That is a separate negotiation that occurred with the NFL in order to make improvements to the stadium, which the team and the Stadco routinely make improvements. But as it relates to this particular event, Stadco is not receiving the suite revenue from this event, and so will not be profiting in that way from this event. But typically, the revenue streams are as they are contained in the lease agreement.
Thank you. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I'll second that. City Clerk, we have a motion and a second. have to vote yes because I'm already out of my screen. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned. Everyone drive home safely. Have a good evening.